I didn't think that I would ever see your face again, but I was wrong. I can't believe we're dancing in the street. All I ever wanted was to get close to you. Now I'm burning in your atmosphere. I can't feel my feet while we're dancing in the street in the neon light. When the music goes reveal through the
Boop, 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 doop, 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 doop.
I took a stroll downtown this evening when I heard music echo through the night. The same old songs that I heard the night before. So I thought.
Thank you for watching the After Files live stream. This is not a professional production. We don't know why anyone watches this thing, but we're glad you do. And now, to kick off the show is everyone's favorite sidekick, the one, the only, Hecklefish.
That's working. Is this on? Thumbs up, down from the producers. All right, I'm looking at the chat. Barnaby Jones is there. Hey, Barnaby. Nice 80s theme, he says. So that makes me have to ask. And the producers, you don't answer this because you probably know. Who did the voice of God in tonight's episode? Nobody saw it. Nobody got it. Sir Handsome's here. What's up? Good to see you. S13 Drift likes the intro. Dangling Dick wants to put Jen on. Be patient, little one. Be patient. There's Bernie. Aussie thinks it was the fish. Kevin Clover says Gino. That's incorrect. Hey, did AJ get an orange tan? LMAO. I don't think so. But you might be getting some cataracts. I had that looked at. Michael Farr's here. Fun episode. What a wild ride. There's Mark. Brens, congratulations to 2 million subscribers. That was weird, huh? To get to 2 million subscribers. That was unexpected. 100,000 was unexpected. That was the plan with the channel, was try and get it in a couple of years to 100,000 subscribers and, maybe, make a few extra bucks. I did not think this would happen. I'm glad you guys are here, but I don't know why everybody watches the show. I'm glad you like it. but I don't know why 2 million people watch. Scuba Boy William Shatner. Yeah, he did the intro to tonight's show. The voice of God in tonight's episode. I don't see anyone saying it. No one's saying it. It was George Burns. Anybody remember George Burns as God? Thanks, CJ. No one remembers George Burns as God, with a nice tie into John Denver from Oh God, the great movie from 1979. 1979 is my guess. Glaucoma, Gene Simmons was incorrect. Zeb, you remember George Burns as God. Tim F. Oh God, book 2, of course. And that was a trilogy, Tim. So what do you got for the third movie? I mean, I know the answers. Thanks, Tim Bins, one of his favorite channels. Yeah, there it is. CJ, correct. Oh God, you devil. That's correct. Has got it. This is what I mostly expect to see from Frank. Who's George Buttons? You know, that's what I expect to see. George Burns, one of the great all-time comedians. From George and Gracie. You'd recognize George Burns if you saw him. Vaudeville, radio, old school guy. I think he lived to 100 years old. Because God, 1979, that movie, he was in his 70s. Maybe late 70s. Yeah, he's born in the 1800s. Remember that great movie he did with Brooke Shields? That's just coming to my mind. So he must have been really old, and Brooke had to be really young. You guys remember that one. Jeffrey liked the movie. Rune Lady has the answers. Rock saying, say goodnight, Gracie. And of course, she would say, goodnight, Gracie. I watch reruns of his show, George and Gracie. Yeah, still holds up. I mean, it holds up if you're into that kind of comedy, which I am. You know, I don't know. There we go. 1896, 1996. R.I.P. George Burns, one of the greats. I don't know if old school comedy is cool anymore. Like, I still watch the old roasts, the Friars Club roast from the 70s. They still make me laugh. Actually, Burns was on a lot of those. So the Dean Martin roasts, if you're into that old school comedy, those Dean Martin roasts from the Friars Club are amazing. Probably mid 70s would be my guess where those were. So George Burns, of course, the great Groucho Marx, super funny. If you guys ever watch What's My Line or some of those little game shows. Diane, it is with older people. Well, that's our demo here at the Y-Files. We're 25 to 54, which, on YouTube sounds so old to the kids, 25 to 54. But our dirty little secret here as Y-Files fans is 25 to 54. That's the key demo. That's called the money demo. So 25 and under, you guys got your TikTok and whatever you TikToking over there, go do that. That's fine. Your shorts, go do those. We're fine here. We're good. Gene Pure, how about 70? Yeah, you're welcome here. You're welcome here. Phoenix Rising, Generation X. That's our Victoria's down there cheering. That's our wheelhouse because I'm Gen X. So that's why I lean pretty heavily into Generation X stuff. Because that's the stuff I grew up with. Brett Dozer, 25 to 30 don't have money. They're too young. Yeah, I didn't have any money. I didn't, and Brett's right. Brett, I didn't have any money when I was that age, but I did know how to spell there. Spolva Prince is here. Here's Gen X. We've got lots of Gen X in here. Nanner Bread is 53. That's right. That's right in the wheelhouse. That's right down Broadway in Nanner Bread. You get everything that I say in the show. You get everything. And Nanner, you remember the movie Oh God. Marion Bedea remembers who's 54. You don't look 54 in there. If you're making fun of 54, that's a shame. But if you're 54, you remember John Denver in that movie. He was a pretty good actor. He was great on the Muppet Show. All right, I'm just checking out the comments. So it's so funny to watch in the live stream. Everyone just, well, first everyone has to guess where the Ark is, right? So they have to just list them. Oak Island, Ethiopia, it's everywhere. They just have to list them and they have to do it as early in the episode as possible. And I don't know why that's not Gen X. That's Gen X doesn't jump in there and we don't have to tell you what we know. We need to, some people need to say what they know as soon as possible so that they know it. And they need you to know that they know it before the video says it. So they can go, I knew it. Gen X doesn't do that. Gen X doesn't care. We don't care what we know or you think we don't care. We just sit and watch the episode. Kimberly F, female 57. So if you're female 57, then you remember this from the old school. ASL. You guys remember ASL, known as 52. But look, you don't have to say how old you are. Ethiopia, says Augusto. Yeah, so everyone has to call it out. And I'm not sure why. And there were other places in my research where it was alleged to be. There was a good case to be made for the Ark being at the first church in Rome before St. Peter's. I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head. I should know that one. But maybe I'll look it up for you in a second. But the name's not important. There is a document that was found in the archives that a pope at the time, this is hundreds of years ago, the Ark, according to the Vatican records, was stored in this church, this old church. I'm looking for the comments to see if somebody calls it out, so I'll remember. And this old church that I can't remember the name of was actually the Pope's living quarters, before the Vatican and all that. So that's how far back it goes. Well, in the document, the Ark was there, but when they were moving the Pope over to the Vatican and St. Peter's, he specifically said, I want it moved. So it would be weird for him to say that St. John Lateran is correct. That is the correct answer. I don't know if your first declues views, but yeah, that's the correct answer, St. John's. American, the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, that's not the right one. The Clues has it. One Click Church of St. Mary of Zion. That's the church in Ethiopia. And I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is. I don't know if we'll ever see it. If I had to, of all the locations, the most interesting to me was Qumran. Ethiopia is not the most interesting to me. And it's curious that that's Graham Hancock's favorite. If you read The Sign and the Seal, which is a great book where he makes the case for the Ark being in Ethiopia. And since that book came out, there's even more evidence that points to Ethiopia. I'm not on Team Ethiopia, but I'm just telling you what's out there. They found on an island near Tigray region, near Axum. It's an island. You can only get there by boat. And high toward the top of the island is this rock structure where, according to local legend, the stories, the Nagast, or whatever you're reading, the Ark was up there for hundreds of years. So there's stones up there in the shape of the Ark with poles, with like whole poles in them. And they said the Ark was there and that's how they kept it there. And that's That artifact is still there. So, so I don't know why Graham Hancock is so convinced about that location, because I really, if it's really right there, boy, I would I would love to get in there and see it. Now, it was new information to me in researching this that the ark was placed in St. Mary's, but then the structure was built around it, and the hallways were deliberately built small so that you couldn't carry it out, so it couldn't be stolen. The only way to get the ark out was to knock the walls down. So that was interesting to me, because I always thought, like, why doesn't someone steal it? I mean, Ethiopia is not known for being a stable country, especially lately. So why wouldn't someone steal it? But that's how you just couldn't get it out. Now, I remember Graham Hancock was talking at some point to someone who had worked in the Israeli government, who was very senior. Might have been a prime minister. I don't think it was, but it was someone that high. And Graham Hancock said, you have access to Mossad, so why don't you just go in there and get it, or at least go in there and check it out? And this guy, this Israeli, said it's kind of the last thing we'd want to do. Is it would cause a worldwide incident. Certainly, factions would kill for it. I mean, you would kill for it, just for the religious value of it. But then there's the chance, and depending on what you believe, off chance or big chance, the chance that the ark is real and works, and you kind of don't want that out in the world. So this is a story. It's one of my favorites. I was reluctant to do it, because I just thought it's been covered to death, because that kind of has. I became more and more depressed in researching it, because it was so easy to find stuff. Just searching, it's like, oh my God, there's a zillion. I mean, Ancient Aliens has covered this like 6 times. So thanks for the B-roll, by the way. 6 times. So you know that that it's a lot. It's just a lot. So what new could I bring to the story? But I did, at least to me, brought some new facts in there today. One of those being the size of the Holy of Holies in St. Mary's. Another fact it's not that new, but I didn't see it in any coverage of the Ark, is the Tigray conflict, which is really scary. Like, if you're a fan of the Ark, and remember, I'm not religious. I'm not a religious person, not at all. But I like religion for the stories. I like the morality of it. I like the structure. I like the community. I like everything about religion, except getting up early and going to sit somewhere and listen to a guy talk. That I can do without. The rest is good. So if you love the Ark, you're concerned about the Ark, then the Tigray conflict is very scary. And that started in November 2020. And it was basically this it's politics is weird in different countries, but they call themselves a far left group. But from our American perspective, they'd probably be far right. Whatever they were, they were fighting as the TPLF, the Liberation Front, fighting against the Ethiopian government and the governments from a neighboring country, the Eritreans. And the Tigray conflict was so brutal that that the international community can't keep up with the war crimes from all sides. There's mass graves all around Axum. So I mentioned in the story tonight that at least 800 people died there at the church. It's been reported that it's more, although it's hard to get news out of Ethiopia. Most of it has been blacked out, and international press won't go in there. I saw some coverage from local press. I saw one piece of coverage that was really interesting that cut short, and you just see her run. You hear gunshots. She's running, and and like the camera falls, and so you just have that like angled shot of the street, and you just see a boom microphone. Like, it was eerie, and then that's the end of the video. You're like, wow. So anyway, November 2020, it's a brutal conflict, and everybody's looting. Like it doesn't matter what side you're on. There's a ceasefire now, by the way, that happened in almost 2 years to the day, right? November of 2022. It's kind of a ceasefire. There was a handshake, but it's not awesome there. But anyway, everybody's on the wrong side. Everybody's looting and pillaging, and I don't want to say the R word, but you know what happens in war. Everyone's doing that. And the locals at Axum were concerned, rightfully, about St. Mary's. They're stealing everything. Of course, they're going to come and steal the Ark. It's got to be the most valuable thing on earth, I would think, for its historical and religious value, most valuable object on the planet. So, of course, they're going to go in there and get it. So all the local civilians rushed to the church, essentially an arm in arm to block people from coming in. It was reported that it was 800 people. I saw reports that it was 1,100. I saw reports that it was higher than that, mostly unarmed, and they all get wiped out. You know, hundreds, thousands of them, almost to the man, are wiped out. And the bodies are just stacked around the church now. I don't know if they're still there, but that's what happened. But that's kind of where the coverage ends, at least from what I've read. Every article I read was basically the rehash of the same article, that everyone rushed in to protect the church, and a lot of them died. And then the article ends, and you're like, but what happened to the? But later, the clergy, the local clergy, and the Guardian said, no, the Ark is still here. It's safe. It's fine. And international community said, that's great. We were worried about that. Do you mind if we have a little look? And he's like, nope, can't do that. Doesn't matter, war or not, nobody can see it but me. Okay. So we don't know. So maybe I have to go back and read Signing the Seal again to see why Graham is so convinced about that site. Kerry asking if Hecklefish is sleeping. He might be. Kurt, was the building destroyed to remove the Ark? It was not. Church is still there. So remember, there was that British soldier who saw it in 1941. What was his name? Super Russian name. Russeldorf, maybe? Something like that. So he was there. He was an officer in the British Army during World War II. He was there, I guess, in 1941. So now I'm trying to get my dates right. Ethiopia then would have been what, guys? An Italian, which would have been Axis. This is the stuff that I usually research to make sure that the internet's not lying to me. Anyway, he said he was there. He said it later in the 90s. And he basically forced himself into the building. So it gets reported in a lot of places that, that he saw it with his own eyes and so forth. But he forced himself in. He went there with troops, a small contingent of armed soldiers, and he said, I would like to see the Ark, please. And they told him no. The Guardian said, no, nobody can come in here. And he said, I'm sorry to hear that. Would you kindly step aside? And then he went in and saw it. So what he said is that it was just an empty old box. He said it was old. He placed it somewhere to early to medieval. So we're talking 1,000 years old. But he said it's just an empty box, and most likely just a replica, like every other replica in Ethiopia. Every Christian church in Ethiopia has an Ark prominently placed in the church. So he felt that's all it was. Now, nobody knows because we can't see it, but my gut tells me that's all it is. But what really interests me is Jim Barfield's work at Qumran. Now, I'm sorry if I'm rehashing stuff you already saw today, but one of the reasons I do this is so I can cover some of the stuff that I missed or that I cut. And when we start to flesh out this show with a little more structure, Gino's going to be producing a segment called "What Did We Miss?" So, because there's always people saying, "Yeah, but what about?" or "You didn't talk about this or that." So that'll be a chance for us to cover that stuff. All right, before I get into Qumran, let's see. Lauren says it's under the Vatican. That's a very logical place for it to be. But the Vatican says no. But but they lie, right? The Vatican says no. And remember, speaking of the Ark and the Templars, just a few years ago, a document was discovered in the archives called the Chinon document that I don't know, I didn't see it get a lot of coverage. I'll get back to Qumran in a second. So as we know, in 1307, so Prince Philip of France, right? He's deeply in debt to the Templars. The Templars are not a huge military force, and at that time. So we're talking late 13th, early 14th century. They've lost most of their power by then as a military force. They're basically bankers at that point. And I'm sorry if I'm repeating stuff I'm just dropping stuff that I find interesting. So how the Templars made their money is back then, let's say starting at the Crusades, right? So whatever year you want to call it 1099, which I think that's when the Templars were born, right? 1099. So the problem that people were having was Christians were making this trip to the Holy Land, right? Now, the only people that could do that were rich people. Poor people couldn't, just backpack across Europe to check out Jerusalem. They had their farms and their cows to milk and their stuff to do. They couldn't do that. It was mostly rich people making that trip. But they kept getting robbed because you're going to be gone for months. So you take money with you, gold or whatever, because you can't leave it back on the manor or whatever, because you'd have to leave armed soldiers there to guard your wealth. The armed soldiers were impressed into the army by the Pope. There's nobody there, so you bury it or whatever, but otherwise they would take like precious stuff with them and make the trip, and they'd get robbed all the time. Highwaymen, brigands, highwaymen. You'll see more modern texts talk about how Muslims were attacking the Christians. That's not what it was. It was white folks attacking white folks on the way to the Holy Land because they're rich people, and it's just like ducks in a barrel. So the Templars come along and they understand the problem. Templars they're knights, but they're nobles, right? These are not, scrappy, pick yourself up by your bootstraps. These are nobles. These are knights. And as you know, the only way to become a Knights Templar is to already be a knight, knighted already officially, and then you can join the order. So anyway, they say, look, we'll act as security. All right. We'll make sure everybody can get down the road. We'll clear it of highwaymen. We'll take care of it. But we need our headquarters in Jerusalem. So Pope really doesn't care. They're like, yeah, we like the Temple Mount, Dome of the Rock. What would be there 1099? Second temple's gone. Second temple? No, second temple's gone. Stuff. But the Templars know what's supposed to be there. So they're guarding the road. They're basically security. They're bouncers. They set up their headquarters at the Temple Mount, and they start excavating almost immediately. And I've read different reports that says they kind of neglected their duties on the road. I don't know if that's true. I think some of them did it, but they certainly had other priorities. So they were excavating for years under the temple. I mean, from there, the Templars and the Christians ran that city for I forget the number. I think it was 150 years, give or take. It was over 100 years, a long time. And they're still discovering tunnels and caverns that the knights dug with fortifications to guard different entrances. But the problem is nobody will let anyone pursue anything. If someone in the live stream today said, because I forgot what I said, it was like, man, I wish we could see what's in that cave. That's Qumran, which I'm going to get back to in a second. And someone said, well, we should just do it anyway. What? Don't ask permission, ask forgiveness. And I understand that instinct. I really do. And it's probably the wrong instinct to have, but it is my instinct to say, I'm an American. The Ark is there in Ethiopia. CIA, go get that Ark. Can't get the Ark? All right, because you can't get it. I understand. Get photos of the Ark and let me know that it's there, because I want to know. So I don't know why we haven't done that. Some people say we have. You know, someone recently said about the gold and silver in Qumran, the CIA says thank you for all the treasure. I understand that. You know, so my instinct is also, oh well, we found new tunnels under the Temple Mount, Templar tunnels, all kinds of tunnels. We're digging it up. Try and stop us. Well, someone did try that about 15 years ago. Not that long ago. Might have been late 90s. It was not that long ago. It was I forget his name, but he had the permission of some Israel authorities. Pretty senior. Wasn't a prime minister, because this is like Netanyahu days. It's not that long ago. Wasn't a prime minister, but it was someone very senior. Gave him permission to go and do some digging under the temple, but he can only do it at night. That was part of the deal. He can only do it at night. So already it's shady. So he's digging, and remember that the Temple Mount is that's the city's divided into 4 quarters, right? Jewish, Christian, Muslim, Armenian are the 4 quarters. But the Temple Mount, the dome on the rock in that little area is administrated by the Muslims. So it's cool that you got Israel's permission, but you're not in charge. So they're digging, and Muslims are like, yo, you can't, this is our side. And no, I have permission. But yeah, you don't have our permission. And the guns come out, and it was kind of a standoff. And it almost escalated into, it would have been a shootout, which would have gotten way, way worse. And that incident that's the last incident, at least publicly, of someone trying to dig. And from that incident, all kinds of new administrative rules and regulations came out of it that everyone agreed on. And so you can't dig there. The official reason is because it would make the structure unstable, because that's the way they get away with it, right? It's like, well, we need to get in this tunnel because it could have the Ark or this. Yeah, but if that's a load bearing tunnel. So, you can't, we're sorry. It's not, they didn't build it up to code. They can't go. And so you can't get in there. So that's why we're kind of stuck. So CIA has pictures, but NASA doctored the photo, then lost them. Yep, I get it. With Ricardo's, what about LiDAR scans? That's a great point. LiDAR wouldn't work there because of the rock, but GPR would, ground penetrating radar. And some archaeologists and researchers have tried that, but you can't bring that equipment to the temple. You just can't bring it up there. What we need is that type of technology that lets us see below stone from the air. Like we can see we have technology that can kind of see stuff from the air, but the underneath Temple Mount, you've got the tunnels, but then it is bedrock. So it goes right to the bottom. Ground penetrating radar would let us know kind of, are there cavities down there? But we know there are cavities there. We just specifically don't know. Or we've got AJ, have you seen Kingdom of Heaven? I have seen that, but I don't really remember it. I'm just checking out the chat. I'm going to talk about Qumran in a second. Hello, John Hobart. John Guyland, if you ask me, I'm sure the military has some technology to see. I don't think so. Check out Ron Wyatt's video and pictures finding the Ark. Ron Wyatt has his detractors. But looking into him is great because he's got pictures of stuff, but he has detractors. I bet Jen has read about the quantum computer wormhole. Dolly with it says hit the like button. Of course, that would be great. So Qumran. You guys want to hear about Qumran? It's my favorite part. If you don't want to hear about Qumran, Donald wants to talk about Hitler in Antarctica. Donald, by the way, look for the video about Operation High Jump. I cover Admiral Byrd and his adventure to the Hollow Earth in Antarctica, where I don't want to spoil it because it's the best part of the video, but he is confronted by Nazis down there. I don't want to spoil it, but it's the best part of the video. So that's Operation High Jump with Admiral Byrd. All right, so we'll talk about Qumran. So Qumran that's where the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered. Everybody knows that story is the late 40s. Shepherd sees a hole, goes in the hole, and there's like clay jars. A couple of them are broken. He checks it out. There's paper in there, scrolls. They turn out to be scrolls. Most of it, there's thousands, but most of it's just Bible. But what made it kind of crazy is books of the Bible came out of the Dead Sea Scrolls that aren't in the Bible. They just forgot, which kind of a pickle, right? It's kind of a pickle. Because look, I'm not religious, which means as a non-religious person, I can look at things objectively, and things that I see that contradict religion, they stand out to me. Now, for believers, it doesn't matter. You just have faith. It doesn't matter what a non-believer says. I have faith. You believe what you want. I have faith. Now, there's got to be a lot of peace in that, to just know, like, are you sure there's a God? Maybe are you worried there's not? Nah, I'm not worried. There's God. And then that's it. So don't have holy wars in the comments. You're not going to convince each other. So the Bible, God wrote the Bible, and so you'd figure it was finished, but they found some DLC content in the caves that we didn't know was there. But those don't get added into the Bible. That's just extra stuff. So most of these scrolls are paper, and they're falling apart. They're a mess. But there are scrolls that are copper that are really well preserved. They're still in rough shape, but they're well preserved. So all these scrolls, specifically the copper scroll, they've been translated and transcribed, so we know what's on them. So Qumran is not really anything now. I wonder if I can get some pictures for you, if it helps. No, we don't want the giveaway. The girls are going to want to do the giveaway. There's that. Okay. All right. So so the Qumran, crazy. So this is Dead Sea Scroll stuff. These are the holes that they went into. But this is what Qumran looks like now. It's hard to see. It's basically nothing. There was nothing there. This was a sand pit that has been excavated. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. That shows the whole ancient town, and it's been mapped and all of that. So this is not too far from the Dead Sea Scrolls. So James Barfield, he's not an archaeologist. I think he's a retired American. I think he was like a fire investigator. There's nothing wrong with that. It means he's good at finding clues. You need to say that he's not a trained archaeologist. He's a fire investigator. That makes it better to me. So the Copper Scroll is one of the few documents out of Dead Sea that doesn't really talk about God stuff. It's essentially a thousands-year-old treasure map with X marks the spot. And it was written, it really depends on the story you believe, but written, Jeremiah is fleeing the city, right? The Babylonians are coming. Jeremiah is the prophet, so he knows in advance, right? Good prophets know in advance. The psychics that are in your neighborhood, they don't know. Jeremiah knew, so he gets all the stuff, the ark and all the treasure from Solomon's temple, and he splits down through the caverns, a recent cavern that was just discovered in 2007, one of the only ones that goes from the Temple Mount all the way out to the city, all the way out of the city into the Kidron Valley, that's outside the city walls. Kidron is a river that's right over there. And if you keep going, you end up here, Qumran. So The Copper Scroll is X marks the spot. There are 64 clues in here of where all kinds of stuff is buried. But the problem with the clues is that they're very locally oriented clues. So unless you lived there and knew the culture firsthand, you really wouldn't know how to follow them. It would be like, in your neighbor, let's say you're talking to your friend in your neighborhood and you bury treasure. Hey, where'd you bury the treasure? I buried it in the backyard. Remember that crazy lady who lived there with all the cats that used to yell at us? Yeah. It's in her backyard, 50 paces, away from the back door. Oh, okay. I know what that is. Yeah, but if you don't know the crazy lady, that doesn't make sense to you. So a lot of the clues there are, go to the baker, but not the baker with the bread, the baker with the cake or whatever it was. And then it's this many paces, this many cubits, go east, go west. And it's a lot of clues like that. Which doesn't help. But there were just a handful of clues that Barfield was able to figure out, just basically by elimination. So there, if you can see in the picture, there's a few steps, right? You've got these are the famous ones. These may be Barfield steps, but there's a few different steps around. There's some there. So he finds a clue that basically says 20 cubits near the steps. Steps that go east. And it just so happens that there's only one set of steps that does that. So according to the Copper Scroll, that the treasure underneath there is 1,000 pounds of silver coins, mostly silver chalices, cups, like you go in and you steal somebody's silver, that kind of stuff. They cleared out the silver flatware and that kind of stuff. And that's buried under the steps. So Barfield gets a professional metal detector, and he's working with scientists. He's working with a team. He's not, he doesn't go on Amazon and get a cheap metal detector. He's working with a team, and they scan that area, and it hits, and it hits, and it hits. And this is not a metal detector that, you use with your grandma on the beach to find the coins. I had that. It never worked. Gino and I would walk around for hours. We found pull tabs. That's all we had. So many pull tabs. He's down there nodding like, man, that metal detector, that was a waste of $49.99 through easy payments. Barfield doesn't have that. He's got a scientist. They worked with the metal detector that they tune it for specific metals. And they tune it for silver, and it hits on those stairs, and it hits hard for silver. So we're talking 1,000 pounds. So he asked the Israeli authorities if he can dig, and they say no. He had to get permission to use the metal detector even. He wanted to just go dig, and they said no, and he found more evidence. And they said, all right, you can bring the scientist, but don't dig. You can look, but don't touch, basically. So he finds that. He finds there's another clue that says there's a courtyard, and in the courtyard is a well, and down by the well is, I think the number was 33 tons of polished gold. 33 tons of polished gold. I mean, what is that worth? 33 tons, 2,200 pounds a ton, 16 ounces a pound. I don't know what gold's at. $1,000 an ounce. So we're talking millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars of gold. This is near the well in the courtyard, the only one there. So that's why he figures this is it. The metal detector hits, and it hits hard. Again, he can't dig. So the next clue he looks for is this next chunk of treasure, according to the Copper Scroll. And this one, it says it's in a cave in a hill. Now, you saw the pictures of cave in a hill. That doesn't help us, because all we have in the area is cave and hill. That's the whole neighborhood. So what Barfield does is he takes a map of Qumran, and I would show you if it was easy to do. If it helps you visualize, maybe it doesn't. But let's just assume this is his map. So Barfield, he's got his one dot by the steps, and he's got another dot by the well. So those are his 2 hints. He takes those dots and he just connects them and just draws a line. He just draws a line out because he's trying to find a hill, but you don't know where to go. He draws the line out. He hits the hill. He checks out the hill and he sees that the hill has like a cave, like an entrance. That's kind of a good one. This might be the one. It's probably not the one. So he finds a cave with an entrance that looks a little bit off. So he goes and he checks it out and he chips away some of the stone, which, I guess he could do. When I saw a video of him doing that, chipping away stone for samples, I was like, I don't know if that's cool that you're doing that, but if you can, just keep chipping. Just keep chipping. But he just chipped a little bit of the stone. He sends it off to a college in Skokie. They analyze it and say, this ain't stone. This is concrete. This is man-made concrete. So he takes the metal detector up there and it registers a hit 5 times the size. Here's his stairs. Registers a hit 5 times the size of the well. And the well was what, 33 tons of gold? So that was just a little taste. The big gold is up in the cave, and he believes that that's where most of the treasure is, and he believes that that's where the Ark is. There's another set of stairs. This is all from Qumran. So, I've never really had a guess. I like the Ark of the Covenant as a story, but I never really had it. I'm one of those people that's just, I'll believe the last interesting theory. So I'll spend 2 years thinking that it's Ethiopia because Grant Hancock makes a good case. But then someone talks about Templar tunnels and it's like, well, that's a pretty good case. I like that. So I'm not really convicted. I just like the story. So I'll just keep listening to the stories. But Barfield is the one that really got me thinking. I believe that's what the Copper Scroll looked like. He's the one that really got me thinking, this could be the one. I wonder if this is his cave. Cave 1Q, that's probably not it. So if it's confirmed that it's cement and it's up in that cave, why can't we dig? It's just the cave. You dug everywhere else for the scrolls, right? These weren't all open. They found 1 or 2 caves, but they went looking for the rest. Why not look for the Ark? But no permission. I'm trying to see if we have the actual cave for you. Let me see if we can do maybe like Barfield Cave. That's cool looking, but I don't think that's it. I think that's Barfield. Yeah, that's him. So his discoveries are not that long ago. That's what the Copper Scrolls look like, by the way, when they found them. So you can see how it'd be easy to miss. But that's what they look like. So Barfield is still around. He still, does podcasts and talks. If you're into this kind of stuff, he's worth listening to. The only downside is they're always just hours and hours long, which is cool if you have the time. But I'm impatient. I'm OCD, I'm ADHD. I just get to the cave. That's, he will take the whole story and how he came to arrive here. And that's Qumran. And while we're here, do we want to say hi to the gang? Oh, there's Jen up there. She's in her indie hat. There's Victoria. She's wearing the Vitruvian lizard shirt. Oh, there's Gino. Gino looks like the undisclosed location seems to be my kitchen. Where he appears to be. So that's cool. Jenny's got the indie hat. Is that are we going to wear that in one of our upcoming commercials, our sponsor reads?
Well, no, I actually got it for you to wear tonight, but you left without it, so.
All right, hang
figured I'd put
on.
it
I
on.
want to put this. I want to put Jesse's comment up so I don't forget. We got to talk about those UFOs. What did we hit on premiere numbers?
Okay, so it was really interesting because I was tracking this week's views with last week's views, and this video was shorter, but it was actually doing better view-wise than last week's. So the only
Than
reason
ours?
so the only reason it didn't, I think, break the record was because it was shorter. But
Yeah,
we
the
hit,
longer ones bring people in.
yeah, we hit over 30,000. So it would have been like, and it was tracking like every minute that I was checking and comparing it to last week's. We had more people at that point in time in the video. So
With a 35-minute video, we might have broken that record.
yep. Cat.
All right. So about the UFOs, and I'll let Gino jump in here in just a second, but I want to get let me get my information out. Those are the 4 UFO sightings of over the Dome of the Rock in 2011 in Jerusalem, 4 different angles. It's maybe one of, if not the most compelling UFO footage I've ever seen. I have read that that's a hoax, but I can't. All I find is articles that say, "Oh, it's a hoax," and then they don't explain to me how. They don't know who did it. It's 4 different angles. Someone in the comments was saying, "Oh, the UFO. We're going to talk about the multicam hoax." Okay, well, how, Gino? Do you know if that's been proven a hoax?
I don't know if it's been proven a hoax. I mean, I think it's one of the most important pieces of evidence there is because it's from so many different angles. And I remember when it first came out, I only seen one video. It wasn't like all 4 came out at once. I feel like they were released over a certain period of time. And you know, again, I don't feel like it's been proven as a hoax or not, but you know, it's pretty compelling video. I think it was easier to claim hoax back when those videos were released than it is now, where we're seeing so many UAPs.
I'm happy to hear that. I'm trying to look for. This is the one I wanted to show everybody. Let me mute that just in case. Let's see if that works. It's small. I'm going to get it figured out where we can have everyone on one side, so you guys can see. But here we've got these. So this is all 4 shots that are synced up, or at least as close to synced up as possible. From the earlier ones, you see the UFO kind of hovering and moving across the city. It stops somewhere near you can see the lower left. That's the Dome of the Rock down there. So it's pretty close to the Dome of the Rock. 2 flashes and then up. Now I freeze framed when I freeze framed before it zooms up, or it might have been between 2 flashes. I freeze framed it. It looks like 2 objects.
People are saying in the chat that media students admitted that they created it, that it was a hoax.
And I believe them, because I believe it's a hoax, but I don't want it to be a hoax. So if media students claim it, do they have the raw footage to show us? I'm looking for it in the chat. Doug wants a heckle plushie. It's not imminent, but we will have an actual date for you soon. Those are going into production probably in a week.
Yes.
I feel like this is super chat bait. How can he not find the debunk evidence? I can't find the debunk evidence, but if you'd like to super chat and support the channel, I'd appreciate that. Has Aware I'm a Wolf super chatted yet?
No.
I don't see it. So super chat. I'm a Wolf. Kindly super chat and support the channel if you can, or go to shop.thewifiles.com. Grab yourself a Wi-Files mug. you can fist this mug. All of our mugs 100% fistable. It's a great way to support the channel. I keep the prices low intentionally just so you can get good stuff. Every week we do a new t-shirt that has to do with the show. I'm wearing Camp Greenfoot, which is where Hecklefish worked in the 80s. You can grab those shops at thewifiles.com. Or a great way to support the channel is on Patreon, as little as $3 a month. You could support the channel on Patreon. Where I'm a Wolf, did I get all the plugs in for you? But thanks for stopping by. So the media students, I'd love to see their raw footage for that. Because of course it's a hoax. It's just, it's
people
really,
are
really...
also asking about Ron Wyatt. Did you find stuff about him when you were researching? He claims to have found the Ark and Noah's Ark.
Yes, I found him, but he has a lot of detractors, and he felt a little too controversial.
Well, that's why everybody that was asking in the chat why he didn't talk about it. That's why.
I was trying to stick to a narrative. But if this video does well or well enough, I'll do a whole episode on him because Noah's Ark is also fascinating to me. So I would do a whole episode on just Wyatt's discoveries. But we have to see, how well tonight's does. Pygar at the Wi-Fi's, are my 2 shot glasses fistable? It depends on the fist. Now, it has the Holt means Holy Land. Hoaxer uses motion tile effects with edge mirroring to introduce camera shake into the video. You can see the mirroring effects along the edge of the video. Yes, Talisman, that's a copy paste. I've seen that. I've seen that copy paste before. What I'm looking for is the video of how they did it. Didn't Corridor Crew, weren't they stumped? I could be wrong about that. I may be just thinking of a clickbait thumbnail that they have, like, VFX company stumped by UFO footage, but Corridor Crew definitely covered this. So I'll check that out. Arc Park Comics wants to know, Victoria and Jen, y'all just came from the Met Gala with this hair?
Yeah, we did. Whee! Let's see.
All right, I'm just checking to see what's going on in the chat. Wow, don't get the arcs mixed up. That's true. That'll be our theme. It's just all arcs. Drones were crap in 2011, says Lone Dogism. That's true. And that's a big reason why. I mean, it's a hoax. Clearly it is. But you couldn't fly a drone over Dome of the Rock. That's just not going to work. They will shoot your ass down. Anything that flies over there and it's coming down. It'll be the one time that those religions that fight each other, they'll turn their guns skyward. They won't let anything fly over there. Uh-oh, we've got Gino's link is misspelled for the Caveman Coffee.
It is.
Have to check that. Caveman Coffee. Oh, he's missing an E.
Oh, there we go.
Fixed it.
Thank you for noticing. Please go and check out cavemancoffeeco.com. Use code Wi-Files for 20% off. A lot of you guys are buying coffee cups, so get some coffee to put inside them.
I'm still waiting for my Caveman Coffee. That hasn't arrived yet. Stressed out. I caught the Monty Python Holy Grail snippet. Well done. I'm glad you caught it. Not that many people did. How can you talk about the Holy Grail? Jen doing a Hank Azaria impression. How can you talk about the Holy Grail and not put it in there? The hardest part was resisting not putting like an actual clip in there. Because my gut was telling me, just put the whole rabbit attack scene in. Just the whole thing. But I was trying to stay with the narrative. I threw a little Easter egg in there for people who like it. If you don't know Monty Python, it doesn't hurt. Ron White is a detractor because he wasn't a professional archaeologist. That's true. Now, as you know, Selena, that I don't care about that. if you're a professional archaeologist, if anything, that makes me more suspicious. But like I said, he's controversial. So I didn't want to get into him. The Ethiopia stuff, it's been out there. You can believe it or not, no one's right or wrong. All the stuff I covered today was nobody's right or wrong. They're interesting stories. Nobody expected me to say, here's where the Ark is. That's crazy.
Well, I'd like to say that before we started doing the research on this, I asked you where of all the places would you feel like it is? And I feel like your answer changed from before to after. I don't know if I want to give away the details, but I feel like your answer changed after doing the episode.
It's Barfield's research is really compelling. But and I said this in the episode, everything we have is people's word. So Barfield's evidence is compelling. We have heard from the researchers who checked the stone. They're real. The scientist who helped him with the metal detecting, he's real. So there's people there. The stuff he's reading on the copper scrolls is confirmed. The things that he says are on the scroll are there. The stairs, the well, all that's, it's all there. But still, but there's no way to know or be right or wrong. If you go with Wyatt, and there's Wyatt and there's another guy too who has pictures of the Ark, but he didn't. He took one picture and left. That's not what tonight's episode was about. It wasn't about getting people fighting about things. This is about telling a nice story, introducing us to how the Templars got started, and just the lore of the Ark.
The search for the Ark is equally as interesting as the Ark itself,
I believe. Dark Moon, you mentioned Oak Island in the video. What do you really think is buried there? I'm not sure where it's buried in Oak Island. Those waters are so muddy now because there's a TV show. So since it's TV, nothing's real on it. But there are, I don't know how recent the footage is, but someone zipped a drone over there. I think they got in trouble for it. And there was an excavation team there pretty recently, all kind of set up and camped out. But I haven't heard what they're finding. It's hard to research Oak Island without all the junk from the show.
When we talk about Oak
Queen,
Island,
you must bring me a shrubbery. Just please make sure it's not too expensive.
Nice one, 2-level with a little path running through it.
Gina, what'd you say?
I was going to say, when me and AJ talk about Oak Island, he's always giving me pushback on it because it's a story I love. So I always, so what I always try and focus on is the story before the two brothers got there to excavate and do a TV show, because the story before it is a very interesting story in itself. The story after it is just drawn out into multiple seasons of finding garbage. Just like we found when we were kids with the metal detector, garbage.
Well, that's the problem with those types of shows, because Ancient Aliens is the same thing. Ancient Aliens comes on a season 1 and talks about ancient astronauts, Anunnaki, all that stuff that we know. Turns out the show is a massive runaway hit. So we got to do another season and another season, but eventually you run out of Ancient Alien stuff. So now they talk about everything, but it's always aliens. So Ancient Aliens has covered the Ark at least 3 times, but probably more. And it's just Ark, but maybe it's from outer space. Ark, but maybe extraterrestrials. Like anything weird is ET. So that's the problem with Oak Island, is the early ones are interesting and you get to know a lot of the history, but then later it just gets bonkers. How many seasons are they in? 7, 8?
Somewhere.
Ancient Aliens?
In there.
No, Ancient Aliens, I think, is in season 18.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oak Islands, I think it's 7 or 8. I was so excited, and I will say, I was so excited for season 1. Season 1 had me hooked, and then it just quickly into season 2, it started just becoming too frustrating.
Well, 10 seasons, 187 episodes, and Sunken Treasure. This week, we're going to check this rock for Sunken Treasure. But next week, we're going to check that rock for sunken treasure.
Yeah, it got ridiculous.
But one thing
Nope.
that's for sure about Oak Island is, again, before they got there, the way that it was constructed and manufactured, there certainly was something going on there. There's booby traps and tunnels that we know that's all real. So it's not like the whole thing is just made up and they're just willy-nilly digging out there. So we do know that something with some pretty smart engineering skills was out there in the early, I don't know, 1800s and 1900s.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's so much lore around Oak Island, like the Knights Templar buried stuff there. Some people say the Vikings buried a bunch of stuff there. There's pirate treasure there. Like it's all over the place as to what is possibly on Oak Island or what's not. So I don't know. I do know it's time to do a giveaway.
And this is why I'm reluctant to do an episode on Oak Island, because it's so messy. But it's highly requested.
Mhm.
The code should be ducks in a barrel.
All right. First, Forrest Card says this is better with Hecklefish. That's true. I
Well.
can't deny that. All right. So when it's ducks in a barrel,
Yeah, because you said that earlier and it made me laugh, and so I wrote it down.
how do you spell barrel? ARRELL. How do you spell it? 2 R's, 2 L's.
No, just one L.
2 R's, 1 L.
Yeah.
That don't look right. That's right.
Well, now I gotta Google it. That's how I had written it. Yeah, 1 L.
All right. So if you're new here, here's how it works. Let me see if I can resize this. What you do is you type ducks in a barrel, one word, no spaces, just like that in the chat with nothing else. Ducks in a barrel, just like you see it. If it's misspelled, I'm sorry. That's how you have to type it. And then you'll be chosen randomly from our advanced AI computer, and you'll win a $50 gift card to the Wildfile store. And I think you also win like a Victoria will actually give you a facial. I don't know. Is she an esthetician? I don't know if she's licensed to do that, but she certainly has her tools. So so she'll help you. She'll scrape the dead skin. She'll moisturize, get rid of those crow's feet. So Victoria will do that. She'll give you her personal number. So ducks in a barrel, just like you see it. And to the winner, Victoria, what do they have to do besides call you on the landline?
Yep. Come to Discord and put in a help desk ticket with your name and email. We'll get it right out to you after the show.
And you'll get a $50 gift card to the Y-Files. And once we finish doing the, he has it up there so you guys can see. Once we finish doing the drawing, I want him to show you the limited edition t-shirt we did for tonight's episode. It is amazing. I love it. Love it. Love it.
All right. Well, we're entering ducks in a barrel as one word in the chat. Let me see what's going on with these super chats. BHerb76, it's good to see you. $4.99. Just have to ask, has anyone bothered to run a Geiger counter around any of the alleged sites to see if any of them are showing up radioactive? I'm not sure about that. BHerb, that's interesting. I'm not sure if anyone's done that. But that's a good question. Nicely done. There's Ricky. He's here from the trailer park, a talking fish. That's F. I had a fish once. His name was Orangey. That was Ricky's fish's name. There's no doubt about that. Nicely done. Cheap clap of 69 giggity for the Emerald cream. Ron Klotzer, one of my favorite avatars, another great show, but I had food poisoning and I had to watch in spurts between spurts. Sorry to hear that, Ron.
Feel better, Ron.
That's the worst. Big Bad AR Wolf for $2. Got my Fistable mug. Love the show. Thank you, AJ and Fish. All the mugs are Fistable, by the way. It's a great way to support the channel. Shop.thewildfiles.com. Go grab yourself some Wild Files merch. like from here. You get stuff from here. Shop at thewifiles.com. All right, Ducks in a Barrel. We've got 600 and something folks in there. Are we ready to light this candle, or what do you think?
Well, you got 10,000 people watching. Let's wait just a couple more minutes.
Wait a couple more. There's Mr. Prophet with what's going on in his avatar? Is he okay? It looks like he's extremely happy.
Very
Very
happy.
happy.
He's got that Indrid Cold grinning man face. Thanks for making myself and my son think for ourselves. You are appreciated. Well, you're very welcome, Mr. Prophet. Try not to take sides here. I mean, I'll take sides, but even if I'm taking a side, I try to show the other sides. Don't get a lot of that in media anymore. Larry T, 22 Canadian. Great job. Heckler Fish. I can barely see your lips move when AJ speaks. That's certainly true. Patrick Duncan, good to see you. Longtime support of the channel. Hi, AJ. Thanks for another great episode. Congrats on the 2 million mark. Tell Jen I loved the Rune Lady mug. That needs to be available.
Yay.
And if Cleaves is here, this week's episode is very interesting. Thanks, AJ and Hecklefish. I'm glad you thought so. It's one of my favorite topics. Bohemia Bees is the official beekeeper of the channel. Fantastic show from your favorite beekeeper. Bohemia Bees, the official beekeeper of the Y-Files. And Tyler Weir. Hey, much love for the shout out last week. Good episode tonight. Thanks, man. What's
Hey,
going
Tyler.
on in this avatar? So I could see that there's a lady and she has the arm around him, right? But
Yeah.
from
Yep.
back here, it looks like just he's naked, but his left leg is like his thigh is up and like draped around her. Which and there's a huge umbrella behind them. That's what it looks, because it's only this big on my screen.
I thought
Very
it was a UFO behind them.
Could be a UFO. All right, we're at 806 in the thumbs up.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, here we go. There's Jay. There's Absinthe, Vegan. Beth is there. Wolf, Drunk, Connie, Victor, Rune Lady, Zach, Bohana, Joe P is there. Aaron, Sharon, Hilton. Hilton with 2 L's. Sharon Hilton.
Yay!
What does she do again?
She comes to Discord and puts in a help desk ticket, or if you can figure out how to DM me, that's fine too, and give us your name and your email.
All
And
right.
then we'll send you a $50 gift card to the Wi-Fi store.
Here, congratulations, Sharon, for winning her Day of Beauty with Victoria. And that's fine. And Victoria has the
Oh.
massage table at her house, so you just have to show up. Just show up, and she will take care of you. I think. Am I wrong? That's
Show
true,
the
right?
T-shirt. She's not going to give anybody facials, but show the T-shirt for tonight's episode.
And 2
All
million
right.
glass.
SMK, is that
Mm-hmm.
okay? Shout out SMK. He's the I guess the official artist of the channel.
Yes.
So that's the Wi-Fi's Ark of the Covenant T-shirt for tonight's episode. I don't know if you could see this. It's one of my favorites. So we've got Indy, which I guess it's me, but I don't.
It's
I
you.
guess it's Indy's running, but instead of the idol, it's Hecklefish in a bowl, and then the boulder is chasing him, and it's got the Wi-Fi's on the boulder.
Love it.
Might be my favorite T-shirt that we have.
That's
Although
good.
now that I see Jen's, I went to Mel's Hole and all I got was this magic seal fetus. That's hard to beat. Hard to beat a seal fetus.
I love the color too, Jim.
That's a good one.
The $25. That's all right. That's okay. A little high, a little high, but a little high. All right. So that's the wifiles.com. And I think 2 weeks. These stay up for 2 weeks and then they're gone.
Mhm.
So limited edition. And I know the girls hate that, but that's the way it is. Limited edition. Maybe I could do a couple of super chats and give you guys a little break.
You
Y'all
should
worn
do it.
out? There is Rune Lady. This is the result of looking inside the Ark of the Covenant. The guys at Kinko's were not so lucky. Yeah, the face melting scene was it kind of exaggerated, but it comes from the story when the Ark was returned to what was the name of that town that was returned to? You, the religion, your catechism folks remember? I think was it Beth Shemesh? After the Babylonians, the plagues of the three cities, it was returned, and this 70 men from the fields, they come running, they're so excited to see the Ark, and it just blasts them, and then they fall dead. So that's kind of where that comes from in the face melting scene. So historically speaking, Raiders got a ton right. Which how does that's not surprising, right? It's a near perfect film. I mean, how many films are a 10 out of 10? Let me ask the chat. 10 out of 10 films. Got to be 10 out of 10. It's got to be perfect. Raiders is a 10 out of 10. Godfather 1 and 2 is 10 out of 10. See, even Star Wars not 10 out of 10 for me. Star Wars maybe is strong A. Terminator says Cheek Clapper 10 out of 10. I think that could be a perfectly done movie. Terminator 10 out of 10. Johnny Dangerously says Rob Schwager. Not a 10 out of 10, but certainly an outstanding film. And everybody knows my obsession with Weird Al, who sang the theme song for that. My mother super chatted the Y-Files once. Jaws says Creepypasta 10 out of 10. I don't think so, but it's up to you. It's your list. Fred might be right. Matrix 10 out of 10 could be true. Tombstone 10 out of 10, very good movie. I don't think it's not a 10 for me, but it's an 8 and change. And I'm stingy with my 10s, by the way. This means perfect. 10 out of 10 means you give me the movie, screenplay, direction, everything. Give it to me, and I will add a little to improve it. I can't. The Raiders, it can't be done. Godfather can't be done. The Prestige, excellent. It's hard to improve on any of the Nolan films, but I think it can be done. You can make them shorter. Captain Kirk says Blade Runner is 10 out of 10. I disagree, but it's one of the best. 2001: Space Odyssey. First Alien, that's a pretty good one. It's not a 10 for me. Back to the Future, 10 out of 10. For me, that's not a 10 out of 10, but there's a strong case to be made that Back to the Future is a perfect film. Donnie Darko. Didn't expect that. Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Historically accurate. That's true. Many people were sacked in the making of that film. Big Lebowski as a 10 out of 10. I mean, it's in my top 5 movies, maybe top 3 movies, but I don't know if it's perfect. We got Boondock Saints, Independence Day, Alien 2001, Star Trek 4, Predator. Predator's pretty good. Underappreciated. Original Mad Max. Not perfect. Not for me. The Rock, that's a good one. So I can't find the link, but if you're fans of The Rock, fans of Sean Connery, fans of James Bond, I can't find the link, but you'll be able to find it. I watched a video, and it was long. Maybe it was 40 minutes. There is the conspiracy theory, or just a theory, that The Rock is just a continuation of a James Bond story. I'm looking at Gino down there. You ever heard this? That The Rock is a James Bond story. Which sounds crazy, right? But someone did an analysis of it. And see, part of what we're going to do for the show is prepare. Well, all this come up on the fly. So that's a theory that's gone around, and you'll see on Twitter, and people will give like top 3 or 4 reasons why it's a continuation of James Bond. This one guy did a full-on analysis of it, with screen grabs and quotes from the films, and he absolutely makes the case. Now, of course, it's not, or is it? Of course, it's not, but or is it? But James Bond ended up in Alcatraz. He matches up, dates that are said in the Bond films that line up with things that are said in The Rock. It's amazing. I don't know if you guys have heard that. Lord of the Rings says is 10 out of 10. Now, Patrick Thomas loves Tally. Yeah, I want to get high. Wrath of Khan. Not a 10 out of maybe the best Star Trek movie. Kung Fu Hustle. All right. Close Encounters is a great movie. Braveheart. Very good. Green Mile. Dirty Dozen. That's a good call. Didn't think of that one. I see Platoon on there. Pulp Fiction. They Live. That's a good one. I Came Here to Chew Bubble Gum. Snatch. And Chris Farmer helping us out, letting us know that it's a Guy Ritchie movie. We appreciate that, of course. And Escala, Escala, you're always late to the party, but when you show up, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. In the super chats, we've got Mitch Altogether. Thank you for the $10. Great show. Glad to have Wi-Fi's. Can't wait for my shot glass.
Ooh, yeah, baby, slip that in my G-string.
He's slow to wake up. He needs some caveman coffee that you can get at cavemancoffee.co.com. Use promo code Wi-Files or the Wi-Files. The Wi-Files? No, just Wi-Files. Thumbs up, just Wi-Files, and you get what, 30% off? No, 40% off. 45? Oh, 20%. 20, not, I'm sorry. I thought it was 40, but it's only 20. I guess it went down? That's not fair. Let Tate know we need 40, otherwise no more plugs. Jody Swamps, thank you for the £5. Congratulations to you all. And 2 million, here's to many more. It's very unlikely, Jody. There's no reason for this channel to have so many subscribers. Great. Out Fishing is there. Great intro. Thank you for the $2. That was the great William Shatner opening the show. Melissa Taylor's here. Great episode. Very complicated. Well, this is a complicated channel. You need to be very sophisticated to enjoy these episodes. Mr. Peckerwood is here. I don't know, Mr. Peckerwood, if you've either changed your avatar or this is just another Mr. Peckerwood. And if it's another one, I don't know if you're related. If you're like the Peckerwoods from the Newport Peckerwoods, or if you're, like the Peckerwoods from San Francisco. But Peckerwood wouldn't be surprised if there isn't some group keeping the Ark hidden exactly because of the conflict it could create, like you mentioned at the end of the video. Congrats on 2 million subs. I think there's a strong case to be made for that. The last scene in Raiders, again, perfect way to end it, right? Was the Ark it's crated up, do not open, top secret, and then walked down the warehouse. We pull out and we see that the warehouse is enormous, which is rows and rows and rows of boxes, which of course you're like, what is in all those boxes? But that absolutely exists. I mean, we know for sure it exists in the Vatican, but if you don't think that exists in the US. So yeah, if the Ark was found, the CIA would have it, wouldn't they? Winston Churchill is Aleister Crowley. I don't know, West Paul. Crowley I would like to cover, but I don't think the algorithm will let me get away with a lot of the weird stuff he was into. Jeff Wallace is here.
Chickity, chickity, ching.
Terrific episode. Congrats on 2 million subs. Maybe now the Crab Cat should fear you. Could be. Daniel Bonner. Ramai claims Jeremiah's grotto holds the Ark about 1 kilometer from the mount. The Temple Institute claims it's preserved about 1 kilometer from their offices on the mount. When asked whether they need for a third temple, just saying, yep. Maybe we'll cover Wyatt's discoveries in a whole video. Daniel, I'm assuming you heard it, but he's controversial to put in there. Tonight's episode was not about me making a case. I didn't make a case. And at no point in that episode did I say, this is where I think it is. I tried to give you the best theories that I could find that aren't so easily shot down, not so controversial. Ethiopia, no one can say they're wrong. No one can say it's not in Barfield's cave, right? You can't. No one can say it's not in Oak Island, but plenty of people say that Wyatt stuff is wrong. And there are others like that say they found the ark. Here's a photo, but it's, I didn't want to do that tonight. Lazy March, thank you for the 10 Australia. May the 4th be with you. Hagglefish and the Wi-Fi team, congrats and to me. Thanks. Did anyone pop in for the impromptu live stream yesterday afternoon? The ad hoc on the fly live stream. We watched the numbers turn from to 2 million. It was fun. Had 200, 250 people on there. Everyone on Discord was celebrating like New Year's. And I couldn't be so excited because I was behind on the edit. I knew the numbers were coming close. And Jen's like, you should jump on Discord. Everyone's having a great time celebrating. And I'm like, but I'm going to be late. I'm going to be late. But I jumped on because it's important. It would be nothing without you guys. Difficult Nerd is here, $2.99 Australian. Hecklefish isn't the sidekick. He's the star.
Biggity bingo, human.
Joe P, 1111, Make a Witch, my new favorite episode. Congrats on 2 million subs. By the way, Joe P has the official beard of the channel. Official beard. My favorite episode. Congrats on the 2 millions subs. So happy for the Wild House. I'm grateful to be a part of this wonderful community. Thank you for all the hard work you do. Now on to 3 million subs. Huzzah. Tally ho. Forward. Always forward. Joe P's on Discord a lot. You can go there and compliment him on his beard. There's the link right there in the chat. Math Girl. Tipping 3.14, of course. Great episode, heart. Unknown user, please do a show on why every civilization in history share myths about both a great flood, about giants. Some even say the giants helped rebuild. Yeah, every time I do a story that happens around that time, the unknown user is referring to the Younger Dryas period. Every time I do a story that is around that time or has to do with the Younger Dryas, it's always flood stuff. And just so much evidence points to it. And it's a very highly requested topic. By the way, you want to request a topic, you go to the wifiles.com/tips and send it in there. It's the Younger Dryas is a very highly requested topic, but I don't really know. Like if someone says, what do you want to do Wi-Fi's about? Younger Dryas. I don't know really what you mean. Would you like a story about how every culture in the world has a flood myth? I mean, I think the count is 40. Every culture has a flood myth. Every culture. So, I mean, we could do that, but I don't know what that story is. At least not yet. I'm looking at you in the chat. There's B. Davenport. Josh Johnson's here. Regency Centrist okay, is there. B. Davenport. Poetic Poems is here. Alan Knight. Joe Mangini. Sire Lord's looking for mud floods. Yeah, so unknown user, I don't know what that story would be. But every culture has a flood myth, and it all seems to point back to the Younger Dryas. So we're talking about 13,000 years ago. And the biggest evidence we have is the erosion around the base of the Sphinx, brought together by the great Robert Schoch, who's covered that extensively, and Randall Carlson. So if you're interested in that stuff, look for those guys, Schoch and Carlson. Definitely look for them on Rogan when they really get into it. Carlson's one of his more recent appearances. He's showing erosion lines in Africa that's showing that there were a tsunami like a mile high. That you can only see these erosion lines from super high altitudes, and they just look like ripples in the earth. But you get down to sea level and next to them, and they're 5-6 stories high. And this is just from water running. So fresh water from the melt. Younger Dryas, man, I'd love to. Wouldn't you love to? You wouldn't want to be alive for that, but wouldn't you love to just see it, see what happened? How crazy! Shad Godfrey's here. Thank you for the $9.99. Loves the channel. Watches it every night. That's nice of you. We're gonna run out of stuff for fish food.
Thank you for that tip. Now I can finally join Sea Harmony and meet the future ex-Mrs. Moriarty.
That's going to be a mistake. There's Rye-9. All the best from Ryan and Mary in Melbourne, Australia. Love the show. Thanks, guys. I see we got the glaciers melt, desalinate ocean. Ocean no longer moves. Heat temperatures drop. Caps refees, reconstituting salt in the ocean. It's a cycle. Certainly could be. Certainly could be. We know there's evidence that that has happened. Moxie saying Robert took credit for West's discovery. I don't know if that's completely true, talking about the great John Anthony West. I don't know if that's completely true because he was his, John was his mentor. Frank Don't Love Us says global warming. Whatever you say, man. Have you done a video on the reshot structure and Atlantis? I've covered Atlantis a little bit, Dark Moon. Reshot structure, if you don't know, is this very strange structure in the west part of Africa that is alleged to be, let me see if I can show you what I'm talking about. Alleged to be Atlantis. Speaking of Randall, he doesn't think so. I'm assuming you guys know what this is, but let me just show it to you. You can only see it from space. So this is over in the west part of Africa. This is called a reshot structure. Sometimes it's called the Eye of the Sahara. You can only see it this way from way, way up high. Now here's a picture comparing. So if you remember Plato's description of Atlantis, is that right? Yeah. If we remember Plato's description of Atlantis, it was concentric rings, where the city with water in between. So the reshot structure kind of does look like that. I saw a great animation, but I don't think I could find it on the fly. This is the secret to Rogan's success, right? Yo, Jamie, can you look up that animation where the reshot structure goes from reshot to Atlantis? Thanks. I'll get back to the show. That's a secret to success. For me, I got to go, hang on, clickety, clickety, click. I don't have a Jamie. I got Gino, but you can't type. So this is the reshot. And speaking of the reshot structure, when I'm telling you about the heavy runoff, those like the huge tsunami that Carlson was talking about, same area of Africa. So if you talk about Atlantis getting wiped out by a great flood, there's evidence for sure, 100% of a great flood. In fact, here's a picture of it, of a great flood in the area. These ripples are huge. Let's see if I can find a better picture for you. To answer your question, Dark Moon, I haven't covered it. This could be the video I was talking about. Let's got to be careful. Got to be careful. Now, it was a cool video that shows like them building Atlantis into the reshot structure, but this is a very common image that you'll see of Atlantis. I haven't covered it because Corsetti's covered it. Seems like he covers it frequently, but Jimmy Corsetti over at Bright Insight, a very good channel. I'm sure you guys all sub to that channel. Jimmy covers a lot of this kinds of stuff. So he makes a case for this being Atlantis. I don't know. The official story is Atlantis is just an allegory. Is Plato writing an allegory for the avarice and hubris of man and the dangers of that. Or there was Atlantis. So, I like to present all sides. I think there was an Atlantis where cities like this. I think there was. I don't know if if that's what Plato was talking about, but I think they were there. It'd be obnoxious, arrogant to think that they weren't. Göbekli shows up and everything changes. This is just a thumbnail, but this is art I've seen before that's really cool. That's a still shot of the animation I'm telling you about. So Dark Moon, haven't specifically covered it because it would just be a rehash of Jimmy's video. You know, I don't really have any new information to add on that. A story about Atlantis might be fun. I just, that's been covered pretty heavy. We'd have to find a different way to approach it. Maybe lost mythical cities. I think on Jen's list of topics, she's got Lemuria on there, which is another lost continent, allegedly out in the Pacific, where, according to the legend, Easter Island, the big heads, Easter Island was a southern city on Lemuria, and I covered this in another video. So you've got Lemuria as let me see if I can get you a picture of that. Something very strange about Easter Island. If I would like one with Easter Island. I'm probably not going to get it, but I will explain it. I can at least make my point. So Lemuria is allegedly this huge island in the Pacific, and you've got Easter Island down in the south. Let me make sure I got to do it reverse for the camera. Easter Island down in the south. Up top, you've got the Kingdom of Hawaii, and then over on the west side, you've got it's Micronesia is really what it is. Okay, but here's what's really strange. We know Easter Island. We know that the heads, the Maori, the heads are buried. Like, a lot of people don't know that those heads have bodies that go down 10, 20, 30, 40 feet. I mean, they go down pretty deep. These are huge statues. So why would anyone build that? It's not like there's a head and it's just a post. They're digging and it's arms, legs. It's, someone went to the trouble of sculpting the whole body. So then what you're telling me they did is you sculpted a 3-ton solid piece of stone into a whole figure of a body and then just buried it 40 feet high. And you do that 1,000 times. There's 1,000 of those on the island. 1,000 times. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. What does make sense is they were just there and then something happened, a mud flood or some type of cataclysm that buried the statues. But they're so massive and heavy that they didn't topple, although a few of them did. But here's what I find really crazy about Easter Island. The languages spoken on Easter Island, at one point, 20,000 people lived on the island. I'm telling this story. Do you know where Easter Island is? You kind of have to see it. Easter Island map. This might make the point. Easter Island ain't nowhere. Easter Island is nowhere. There's nothing. There's no reason for anyone to go here. But the mainstream science, archaeology, paleontology, is that people migrated from Micronesia, Indonesia, this area here, and they took little boats thousands of miles across the Pacific and stuck the landing. And there's 20,000 people there. But if Lemuria is real, they just walk there. So what would be evidence of that? Well, the languages spoken here, Easter Island, parts of Micronesia, all have Greek roots, not modern Greek, ancient Greek roots. And that's not a conspiracy theory. That's a fact, and it's something that linguists study, and they don't really know. It's, a little bit of Greek spills into the Micronesian languages, the Pacific Islander languages, and then goes that way. Okay, but what makes sense is the people came from there speaking Greek or hearing Greek or learning Greek. and then they migrate over thousands of years to Easter Island, and the language just evolves from there. So Dark Moon, that could be the video, sunken continents, lost cities, and do it all in one. Because Lemuria doesn't get enough love, I don't think. Everyone wants to talk about Atlantis, but nobody wants to talk about Lemuria. And as you can tell, that's an interesting one to me. Oh, hang on a second. Jen's holding up. She's holding up the belt. Does that mean you want to talk about the belt? All right. Would you give me just a minute or two? Yes. Okay. And Puke Skylark is back. Says, "Hey yo, it's your boy up in her." And here is a Drees 3325 Canadian. What do you think about Graham Hancock and his investigation of the Ark? Love the show. Yeah, talking about the Sign and the Seal, which that book that goes back a ways. But Graham Hancock has been to he believes it's in Tigray, in Aksum, in St. Mary's in Ethiopia. He believes it, and he believes it firmly. And he's a pretty smart dude. He researches pretty hard. He's been to Ethiopia many times. He's spoken to the priests, which don't give a lot of audiences, those guys, but he's spoken to quite a few of them, and he's convinced. I'm not as convinced, but it's one of the stronger theories, I think. I'm not saying that Jim Barfield and Qumran is where the Ark is, but I am saying that there's got to be something. I really would like to know what's there. But thank you for the tip. Now, I think Jen wants to talk. What's going on with you?
I wanted to thank Dustin King because
who are you thanking?
Dustin King.
Dustin King?
He
Whoa!
made 2 of these. So they're all leather. They weigh about 3 pounds each. And metal. He made these custom Y-Files championship belts for us.
Wow.
Fantastic. Super heavy. They're really cool. So we'll have to have you and Gino put them on, and then we'll do a backstage video of you guys like wrestling or something.
I was going to suggest that Victoria and Jen wrestle for the belt, but
no.
And we have you in the chat decide like the medium in which they wrestle. We can go oil, we can go Jello, go whipped cream. No.
So we've got 2 of these. So super, super cool. And then one other thing I wanted
Maybe
to show.
they can wrestle in Caveman Coffee. How about that? Maybe a nice a cold brew Caveman Coffee from Caveman Coffee Co. You can get it from cavemancoffeeco.com. Use code Y-Files, and you can get 30% off your. That's
you
right.
Do your best.
You can get a percentage off your. Oh, there's Jen. There you are.
So I wanted to show also the.
Oh no!
Can I block Rune Lady? I think that's fantastic. She sent that to us. And so thank you, Rune Lady, for that. That's very fun.
Simulation.
Yep.
Rune Lady. Indiana Jones. I present the Ark of the Covenant, sacred crypt of the 10 Commandments. Rick from Pawn Stars. Best I can do is $25.
Totally.
Ow, my spleen. Oh, you're going to rupture my spleen.
Well, he thought it was funny.
His spleen.
All right. Well, there they go. Always punctual and always succinct. Team always on the ball. Conservative Space Nerds there. Thank you for 1999. We watch because you're the new search. In search of. Well, that's cool. That's a compliment. Who was Nimoy the host of that one? Was that his show? And then, so Nimoy hosted that, right? We've got Shatner with Unexplained. And Sulu's does one of the mystery shows too. Like I guess they all do that. Takei's is fine. I don't remember the name of it is something like scary. But I just can't do his voice for too long. Oh my, it's funny. And now we'll learn about Easter Island. That's fine for a second, but a whole 22 minutes of it's hard to do. But Shatner, I can listen to. Treze got you. Graham Hancock thinks it's Ethiopia. LoJack is here. May the 4th be with you all. Great show. Give away word ideas. Oh, word ideas. Okay. Holy of Holies. That's a great one. Don't skip leg day. Very nice. Emerods, hemorrhoids. That's tough. No one can spell that. Jacked, one night stand, and foot massage. Foot massage always a hit on the show. Holy of Holies. I really like that one. Don't skip leg day. They must have been jacked. He's not wrong. Carrying that thing around. It's like 40 years of leg day. Thirsty. Thank you for $5. What would they have used for the catalyst to produce power? Congrats on the 2 million mark. You guys deserve it. Thanks. Catalyst for produce power. Nobody really knows that. If the arc was a capacitor, I'm just going to give you the theories. There's the theory, the electrical theory, which is it's a good one. Capacitor is 2 conductors with a non-conductor in between called dielectric. And that's how you make a capacitor. But the box is usually not the shape that you do it. It would usually be like 2 flat planes with something in between. But, I'm not an electrical engineer. I only studied it for a year. So you've got the outside of the arc, the box is conductive with gold. You've got the acacia wood on the inside. That's your dielectric. And then the inside is coated with gold as well. You've got gold on top. So for the capacitor to work, you need to get electrons into that thing somehow. So people who believe the theory believe the way that it gets in there is through just electrostatic energy from the environment, from people just walking, through dry climate for years and years. It just builds up electrons in there. But we need electrodes to make this work, to make the circuit, dangerous. So this theory would say that the cherubim are kind of the electrodes, where you have one cherubim that's got maybe an iron rod that connects to the gold, right? That way the electrons can flow through there. And then you have the other cherubim that's just connected to the box, or is just grounded. And then you can make a pretty crazy circuit. But and I've seen people build that. I saw one video, it was pretty old, where they built it, according to spec, the 2.5 qubits, the whole thing, and they just pumped a bunch of juice through it, and the thing just exploded into flames. Maybe I could find that for you. So maybe it wasn't super scientific. You guys might know the guy who did that. He's pretty famous. Well, we'll do it later. So that's that theory, Thirsty. The nuclear theory is a little trickier. People have said, well, if the tablets are made of uranium, then, but that's not, uranium doesn't work that way. Uranium just wouldn't spontaneously go nuclear. But uranium can do that with a certain catalyst, like seawater. But stuff's in the box. So I don't really know. But Thirsty, there are people that believe that's true. I believe there was an arc. I'm not so sure about all the crazy stuff with. I'm not sure about that the arc is the reason that the walls of Jericho fell with the trumpets. But some people have said that the ark, the energy, the nuclear energy amplified the trumpets. I'm assuming you guys know this story, but the Israelites show up at Jericho. They've got these huge walls. They go and they try and knock through the walls. The walls are too thick. They can't get through. So the priests march around the city 1 time, 2 time, 3 times. They march around the city and nothing really happens. And then the 7th time they walk around the city, they blow their trumpets, the shofars, if you like, trumpets. And the priests and all the Israelites start screaming and singing and yelling. And that, with the power of the ark, the walls of Jericho come down, and then they rush into the city. I don't know. It's a fun story. But like I said in tonight's video, the ark does all kinds of stuff. Like if all it ever did was knock things down, I'd be interested. Like, oh, is it some kind of like acoustic technology? You know, that maybe the technology that builds the pyramids, they use something from the ark. That technology comes over to lift the rocks. But then the ark is parting the River Jordan. So that's different. Can you do that with sound? Maybe you can. But then it's shooting walls of fire. As you know, sound doesn't do that. And then how did Uzzah get zapped? You know, I said it seemed like he was electrocuted. People will say it seemed like he was electrocuted, but the honest truth is it doesn't say. It just says he touched it and down he goes. But you know, we're telling a story. There's Matthew Payne, $99.99. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro.
Human. I want you to know I said human. Thank you for all the dough tipping. As I'm sure you will find, always is a good time. Ooh, it's fun to tip the FISH. It's fun to tip the FISH.
I guess the stream is on like a 2 or 3 second delay would be my guess. Because I see you guys singing along, but it's all out of sync.
Oh.
Are the replays out of sync? Does anyone know?
Okay.
I've never gone back to watch. Maybe I should do
I
that.
have. They're not out of sync.
Okay. Well, Matthew Payne says, thank you for spreading the truth and love, friend. Well, that's nice. Try to spread the truth.
I was going to say, I'm probably just a bad dancer. That's why it looked out of sync.
I think you're an outstanding dancer.
Look.
Cat. Oh, there she goes.
There they go.
There she goes. Mike Willis is here. Thank you for $20. Great episode. Congrats on 2 million. Say thanks. You guys deserve 10 million. That would be nice. Hey, you get a new plaque at 10. You get the plaque at 100,000, that silver one. At $1 million, you get a gold one, which is it's bigger, it's juicier. Right now the gold one is it's holding up the light on my desk for when I like do the Patreon streams. You know, it just feels disrespectful. Like it should have a place of honor. Before it was the light holder, it was behind the sink here in the studio. But I moved it because it kept getting like splashed with water and coffee. Speaking of coffee, cavemancoffeeco.com. You can go there, use promo code YFiles, get 20% off. The coffee's excellent. I've never had it, but you know, it's a commercial. You just got to say it. So thanks for the congratulations, Mike. So yeah, 10 is a new plaque. I think it's diamond, ruby, black, something. I don't know. That's to me, that's a fantasy. But so is this. All right. We're hanging in there. There's Emily Partington, 1999 super sticker. That looks like Boy George to me. Is that Boy George?
She's dressed up like Boy George.
Oh, she's cosplaying as Boy George.
She's cosplaying as Boy George.
If you were going to cosplay as an 80s musician, who would it be?
Cyndi Lauper maybe, or
Cyndi Lauper?
Yeah, she's really good. But like, they don't
Tin
really
Man
look
goes
like
with Captain Caveman. You guys are
man.
too young to remember that, but I do. Chad, if you were going to be an '80s musician, who would you cosplay as? Ocean Mist, like Cindy. Rick James. That's when John Rhodes goes with Joe Strummer. Good call from the Clash. I don't know what he would be. Joe Strummer. Iron Maiden. Let's go. Angus Young, of course, with the schoolboy uniform, is a great one. David Bowie. Hard to cosplay as Bowie because which Bowie do you get? You get the Thin White Duke Bowie. You get the Dune Bowie, or do you get the singing a duet with Bing Crosby Bowie? Right? Little drummer boy Bowie.
That's such a
What?
great song.
Adamant,
Adamant,
says Vincent
that's a good
Houston.
one.
That's a great one. Adamant's videos were hitting me just as puberty was, so I remember his videos were remember through the peephole, and she's the nerd with the glasses, and she takes it off, and she's all. Remember that one? James Hetfield. That's a good call. Metallica. Bowie with Freddie. Oh, Bowie with Freddie. Robert Smith would be a good cosplay. Hang on a second. We got Geno's. Who is that? Who's that's on Where's Gino? Who's he standing there with?
Somebody that's dressed up as Bowie.
That's Seth Green as David Bowie.
Oh, that's
Seth
fantastic.
Green cosplaying as Bowie.
We were doing the historical roast for Netflix.
Oh, that's fun.
Labyrinth Bowie. That's a good call. Let's Dance Bowie was good. Was Let's Dance? Was that the video in the desert?
I don't remember.
I don't remember.
No, you guys are young. Lou Reed. Tough cosplay because you just got to make yourself super ugly. Rune Lady says Labyrinth Bowie is the best Bowie. She's got a point. The Hoff, that's a solid call. Juice Newton says Kronos, call me Angel in the morning.
Yeah.
Twisted Sister.
Oh, that's a fun one.
Redstone would do Weird Al. Elvis Costello, that's pretty good. That's a recognizable cosplay with the hair and the horn rim glasses.
Mm-hmm.
Right? In the 80s. My Aim is True, big album. But David Hasselhoff might be the winner. Duran.
Now,
Billy
David
Idol.
Hasselhoff definitely could have ran through that sand for 40 years. He had the Baywatch legs. So I'm just saying.
That's true.
Well, I feel
Never
like all
skipped it.
those people had to have had big legs walking through the desert for 40 years, whether you're carrying something or not.
Falco. That's a good
Oh.
one. Little Der Commissar. Stray Cats. That's a good one. And this is just Bootsy Collins, just not even playing around with the MTV bands. Just go Bootsy. Devo would
He
be a
found the
good one.
funk, didn't he?
Bootsy didn't he find the funky ball of tits from outer space?
He
Teats.
did.
Teats.
Funky ball of tits from outer space. Madonna. Everyone cosplays as Madonna every day. When I was in like 7th or 8th grade, every day with the lace gloves.
Oh yeah, one of my school pictures I have on like a tank top with like a lace t-shirt and the gloves. It's ridiculous.
Seibler is doing his Jewish squats. I have 4 jokes to respond, but I will not do that.
Oh, Joan Jett's a good one.
Joan Jett is a good one. Joan Jett's still touring. I mean, Analog Pro, that's solid. Peter Gabriel with Genesis. Not too many people remember that. That goes back. Pat Benatar, that's one of our favorites. Pat Benatar, the album Get Nervous, 83, 84, maybe one of the best albums of the 80s.
So good.
You know
You
if
know
you
what
go
else is
cover to
good?
cover. What's that?
Do you know what else is good? Files giveaways for $50
oh,
gift
come
cards.
on.
Whee!
All right.
Yay!
All right, we'll do the giveaway, I guess. Oh. Is that Victoria's hot mic?
I love how she always does that.
Like she's stepping away from the blackjack table.
Yep.
All right, here's how it works if you're just joining us. This is a giveaway. This is a contest. You win free stuff, a $50 gift card and things like that. Type Holy of Holies, just like you see it in the chat, no spaces. Holy of Holies are the only word, and you'll be entered to win a $50 gift card to the Wi-Fi store where you can get all the Festival mugs you want. Every mug that we sell there is 100% Festival. And also, what do we say? You get a day of beauty with Victoria. Right? We're going to do, she was going to give you get a chemical peel. Victoria. She will do blackhead extractions and a chemical peel, and you'll get a $50 gift card. So,
Or they
so
can
if you don't have blackheads, you probably shouldn't even do this, right? All right, Holy of Holies. You got to spell it right. So Katie Parker is not going to work. She writes Holy Holies. It's not going to work. Paul goes with Holy Holies, which is very, very punny. Holy of Holies to win. Oh, Reckless Conduct thinks Vicky is a smoke show. So Victoria grabbing some fans. There. Oh, Hammer 86 goes Holy of Mel's Holes. Mel's Holies. That's a great one. John Pearson goes with Cornholio. Needs TP for his bung hole. And Stephen B. Holly Jolly Hole is incorrect. Chris Phantom, Holy of Holies, my super chat hasn't gotten read. So Chris Phantom 5 using the contest to get customer support. Oribo BBB Byrne, Holy Hula Hoops is wrong, but that's very funny. All right, so I'm going to read a couple of super chats if you don't mind.
Go for it.
I mean, there's Emily Partington. Oh, we already have her super sticker. She's Boy George. There's Sheepdog Columbus. My 8-year-old Charlotte loves your show. She would love for you to say hello to her. Her birthday is this month, too. Hello, Charlotte.
Hi, Charlotte. Happy birthday.
What, Gino and Victoria, they don't care about Charlotte.
Happy birthday.
Thumbs up. Happy birthday. Okay. Thumbs up. Happy birthday, Charlotte. Ooh's back, $10. Yahweh Jehovah God is an archonic dragon that uses the revealed Abrahamic religions as a control system over humanity. Gino's nodding. He's like, kid's got a point.
I'd like to know more. I mean, that's something I could get into. I can get behind that.
Jump on Discord and look for Gino. He's on there as Speedweed.
Or just go to cavemancoffeeco.com. You can find me there as well.
They could find you on Caveman Coffee Co.
They got to do a lot of searching, but the more coffee you buy, the easier it is you get the clues as they go.
It's like a Gino scavenger hunt. All right, cavemancoffeeco.com. Use the promo code YFiles and you'll get 50% off your order. Right? 50? 40%.
Something like that.
So you get a discount. There's William Saustradamus. I got you. Can I get a shout out to my little brother Nicodemus? We love the show. What's popping, Nicodemus. Gino gives a thumbs up to Nicodemus. We've got 551 people have entered. Holy of Holies. So if you want to get the blackhead extractions from Victoria, you got to get that typed in there. plus the $50 gift card. Sarah Hunking is here. Dan and I are huge fans of the whole gang, but was wondering where you got the measurements from your video, 3 times 5 dimensions of the covenant. Covenant was 2.5 cubits by 3.5 cubits, I believe is the answer. 2.5 by 3.5 by 3.5, which is I rounded. I think it's not 36 inches. Maybe it's like 40 inches. Maybe it's not 48 inches. Maybe it was like 52, whatever it was. A cubit, the official length was like tip of the fingers to elbow is kind of how they did that.
I think
so. I just rounded.
I think that comes from an old Carlin bit, doesn't it? How big is a cubit?
I don't know that bit. Right. Cantor David is here. Shalom, love tonight's episode on Ark of the Covenant. Whew. If you have a Cantor watching and you're doing like Old Testament stuff, you gotta get it right. Gotta get it right. Well, I'm glad you're out there, Cantor. Sheema's here. The book's second Brooke describes the ark being supernaturally swallowed up by the earth before the invasion, tucked away until the time of the end times. That's true. That's true. And the ark reemerges during Revelation. Is true. So that's kind of what I said in the video. Is maybe we should just leave it alone. If God wants it to come out, let's just let Him handle it. Holy of Holies. Type that in the chat with no spaces to enter to win. It's at 6:17. I can hit it now. I mean,
Hit it.
well, Mike Lee's here. When Wi-Fi pops up, does it really mean WTF? Because that's what I walk was always think I got to know. That's done intentionally, Mike. It's supposed to make you think of that. It's marketing. Here we go. There's Quickie Monster, Tara, Andrew, Tony's there, Mr. Heather's there, Jen, Yeti, Marion, Bradley, Beth Hammond, Dave Miller, Dallas, Arianice, Allergy Gal is there.
Yay, Allergy Gal.
Allergy Gal. What do you think that means? She's an allergist?
Probably.
Maybe. She's
Doctor.
an allergist.
Or you just, maybe she's allergic to stuff?
It's possible she's just has lots of allergies.
Okay, well, Allergy Girl, Gal, congratulations. You win a $50 gift card. What do they have? What does she have to do to get it?
Cord and put in a help desk ticket with your name and email, and I'll get it to you after the show.
Awesome.
Doesn't sound so hard.
No,
No?
no.
All right, there's John Doe, $10. I tuned into Coast to Coast and heard the Wi-Fi's got a mention. I didn't realize it was from your staff at first, but anyways, congratulations for landing a member of the team on Coast to Coast AM. Yeah, that was the great Mike Barra was on there, dropping strong plugs for the channel. His Mike has been contributing to the channel. He wrote a chunk of tonight's episode and did a ton of research.
He did.
So we love Mike Barra. Go check him out on Amazon. Buy his books. You guys probably recognize him from a show called Ancient Aliens, which I heard is a thing. Harik Barshki. Harik is here, $10 Asia. Awesome show as always. I tip my hat to you and the whole Wi-Fi crew.
Well, here.
Good day to you, sir. Thomas Caldwell, 74. When can we expect a Hecklefish Greatest Hits? That riff of walls tumbling was great. Also, have you seen some of the things they found at Oak Island? Love you, Hecklefish. I guess he has to do an album. I'd like him to do an album, not because of the album, but I see the commercial in my head, like the K-Tel commercial, like order now, and you'll hear Hecklefish doing his John Cougar and when the walls, and like the songs are scrolling by, and it's just in black, and the songs scroll by, and he's on the side, like it's in shadow.
Mm-hmm.
Is that Heckle? Is that Heckle Rock, man? We'll turn it up.
We'll turn it up. Right.
So I have to find this. I have to read it because it was such a lovely chat about Victoria, and now I can't find it. Basically, somebody was in love with the girl on the lower left.
She's a smoke show, they say. Wolf Kinder 3 loved K-Tel Records. I think my first record was a K-Tel record. My first record, it had Casey and the Sunshine Band on one side. Had REO Speedwagon, had Juice Newton was on there. My second record was a 45. It was Duran Duran, Hungry Like the Wolf was my second record. Around the Horn, first record. Jen, what was your first record you got?
I think my first record was like a thing, Scooby-Doo and the Mystery of the Rider Without a Head.
First music record. Chat.
I think it
what
was
we got for first
Girls Just
record?
Want to Have Fun.
Oh, Cyndi Lauper. So
Yeah.
the single 45, or was that the album She's So Unusual?
It was the single.
The single. Okay.
Yeah.
Gino? Oh, Gino just had a quiet album.
Sorry. Sorry. The first CD I bought on my own was B-52's album with Love Shack on it.
No.
That was the first
B-52's
one I
album
bought on my own.
with
That was
Love
my
Shack,
first CD.
that came out in 1989, I think, was that record. So it had to be way before then.
Well, my first album given to me by our parents was Supertramp.
Yeah, that's
It's
what I mean.
Raining Again. Yeah.
Oh, Supertramp. That was the first one.
But I remember as a kid, we had the Muppets moving
Sure.
right along, and we also had Rocket Man. I only remember those two as a kid.
Yeah, I had Rocket Man on 45. Victoria, what was the first record you owned?
When the Sony Walkman came out, my first two tapes were Men at Work and Flock of Seagulls.
All right.
I was
Men at
12.
Work and Flock of Seagulls. Flock of Seagulls is
I
very
love that.
underappreciated. With Iran was a great song, but Flock of Seagulls' Space Age Love Song might be my favorite one. You guys don't remember that one, but that was a good one.
By the way, I want to say I always skip It's Raining Again when I hear it on the radio. It's no
You skip
longer
it?
a favorite. I can't believe I wanted it so bad. I remember wanting it for Christmas so bad, that album, and it was like I asked Santa last minute somehow, and somehow it came. I was so amazed. Santa's got a lot of magic.
Juliana disagrees. She loves her some Supertramp. Dave Miller, Flock of Seagulls. That's true.
Somebody wants to know how old.
How old are you guys? Yeah, we don't answer that. We don't answer that.
No.
Def Leppard, Pyromania. I wore that one out, Gavin. That one rocked. Journey. Ooh, Stand and Deliver. That was great. That's Adam Ant. That was a great one. Jay-Z, Hard Knock Life on cassette. He's a little youngster. Little
a
whippersnapper there in the chat.
Yep.
Cassette though.
Cassette, that's solid. My Beastie Boys Paul's Boutique cassette was yellow. Do you remember that?
I do. I remember it because I stole it a million times.
That Paul's Boutique's meant to be shared.
I would say we were talking about the 10 out of 10 movies. That would be a 10 out of 10 album.
For sure, front to back, one of the best albums. It definitely was.
By the way, going back to the movies, I would have put Shawshank Redemption in there, and Goodfellas I would have put over Godfather, personally.
Strong choices. Rush 2112 was a great album. That was a good one front to back. I think that was the Tom Sawyer album, wasn't it? ELO, I never got much into them, but good album. Clash. The Guess Who was the first. Partridge Family.
We
I
also
do,
had
Jay-Z Vo, no, Godfather is better. I agree, but it's hard to put Goodfellas and Godfathers. Clash of the Titans. You know that.
Oh yeah.
Goodfellas, I guess now 33 years. That movie was 1990.
Wow.
Van Halen 84 says someone that was a great album front to back.
Yeah.
If that was your first one. Someone has Mazzy Star as the first one. That's a great. Fade Into You. Burl Ives. or Stray Cats. Yeah, so I mean, and this is how we tell the people's ages. You know what?
Yep.
That's Iron Butterfly, and it got a DeVita.
Longest.
David Lee Roth, Just a Gigolo. So that's a shame that you're. I mean, that David Lee's was a great album. That was California Girls on that album too. I remember that video very, very vividly, as you know, as a 13-year-old or whatever. But but you missed Dave with Van Halen though. You were born too late. Born too late for Panama. Him swinging on across the stage of Panama.
And Just a Gigolo is a remake also of you know, a great song.
Just a Gigolo is Louis Prima.
Yes.
I believe that's Louis. I don't think Louis Prima was covering that. I think that he was the first one to really do that one, wasn't he?
I think it's Louis Prima's song. Yeah.
Jason remembers Hot for Teacher, of course. We remember that one. But you couldn't do those songs anymore. It seems like every other week they're arresting a Hot for Teacher.
Okay. You have 130 super chats still to read. So
we got to call last call on them, but I hate putting the banner up there. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. That's Monsters. My first was 45 of Jam on It. Jam on it, jam on it, jam on and on and on it, jam it all around and upside down. You jam it to the jam on conjunction sound. Something like that.
Wiki.
Wiki wiggy. I think I've heard of that song. That's the one that I think that is 1982.
Wow.
But I'm just loving reading the first albums here. Diane asking, what is a super chat? Okay. It's Diane, it's just a little private thing we have here. But you can learn all about it by clicking that little dollar sign that you see right there.
no.
Go ahead and click that. Go ahead and click that. Buck Wyatt Sugar Hill Gang. Strong. Captain Kurt BOC.
My sister had Andy Gibb under wraps.
Ooh. I like that one.
Ooh.
George Thorogood. Electric Avenue. It's Eddie Grant. That's solid. FYI, I worked in radio for a little bit. Just, you know. Oh, don't fear the Reaper.
Here, somebody said that I keep losing them. Jen's mom, Beth. So Jen Beth is using her account. She says that her friend Luz's brother is the bongo percussionist player for Casey and the Sunshine Band.
Whoa!
That's fun.
Hook us up with some Casey.
Dexy's Midnight Runners. That's good.
That's a good one. But the only one I know is Come On Eileen. I don't know what else they did.
I know.
It's a one hit wonder, right?
Yeah, that's it.
No one had good teeth in the band. I remember that. Every time they smile, it was like, oh, yikes. Come on, Eileen, get yourself to a dentist. Eek. Demonic Hordes is here, $10. AJ, find the truth. Black Eyed Kids do eat.
Oh,
Do eat. Dan McMaster, $20. Best channel on YouTube. I don't think it's the best channel. It may be top 10, but not the best. Please let Hecklefish present an episode. Oh God, you devil, saw it in the theater. Rockstar wanted to be famous. Dean Martin roast to the best.
Human knows what's up.
Foster Brooks and Don Rickles are my fave. Yeah, I mean Rickles. Anytime Rickles was up there,
The best roaster that has ever been and ever will. No offense to Jeff Ross.
no offense to Jeff Ross, but I bet Jeff would say that.
Absolutely.
well, I got to put this up here real quick, AJ.
What do you got? Dawn Danielle, I was on tour with CCR. 97 and 8. Wow.
That's crazy.
I was too, but I got stuck in Lodi again.
Heyo!
Yellow Umbrella Homebrew is here. Congratulations on 2 million subscribers. You deserve it. And then what are those emojis? Pizza?
Party.
Pizza.
Party.
Oh, that's a party down there?
Mm-hmm. It's a happy face blowing a noisemaker, and then like a
The cone that shoots out confetti.
Yes, a cone that shoots confetti. A confetti cornucopia.
Orion Extra Smalls here. Have a drink on me. I will do that. Have always wondered why. Oh, I'm sorry. Look, this is not a professional thing that we do here. I don't know why anyone watches it, but I'm glad you do.
Thank you for watching the After Files live stream. This is not a professional production. We don't know why anyone watches this thing, but we're glad you do. And now,
Have a drink on me was why we refuse to map out and explore our oceans. Is something down there? For sure there is, Orion. We should maybe put that on the list, is things suspected to be under the ocean. Farrar Drums, thank you for $25. Congrats on 2 million. Dude, last night a UFO landed in my front yard. 5 crab cats came out throwing crab apples at me. I fought them off one by one and told them to leave Hecklefish alone. They agreed for now. Careful. They will be back. Cat Snack, thank you for that. Have you ever thought about going on the Joe Rogan Experience to talk about aliens and stuff? Well, funny you mentioned that. There's a link in the chat to Gino and I and Joe Rogan. Whoever that
Speaking
guy
of Joe
is.
Rogan, one of the someone in the community asked a few weeks ago about a hidden Randall Carlson episode that got pulled, and I said I would ask. I did ask. I didn't ask Joe himself. I was with Jamie, and I asked Jamie. He said no hidden Randall Carlson episode.
Right. So the last one he did was about how in the following month, some earth-changing energy device, and that was 6 months ago. But I remember people asking me about it here on the After Files. Like, what do you think Randall Carlson is going to announce next month? And my answer was nothing. He's not going to announce anything. He's not. Whatever he said is happening is not happening. I think he's great. I love watching him. I believe a lot of his stuff, but that one I did not believe. Ryan Swift is here. Why does the CIA blackmail their recruits? Wouldn't it be easier to simply approach patriots and explain the importance of secrecy and have them sign an NDA? Because blackmail is an easier way to make someone loyal. Ryan Swift. Not patriotism doesn't do it anymore. You need blackmail. I'm not saying it's better. I'm just saying that's how it is these days. EP Turd is here, $50.
I'm a fish, I'm a lover, I'm a freak. In the covers, I'm a swimmer, I'm a saint. I do not feel ashamed.
Dean Martin roasts were hilarious. George Burns was great, but Jack Benny was the greatest. He's up there on my list. Unfortunately, he died in 1974, so I don't think he's remembered as much compared to George. They were best friends, by the way. That's true. Jack Benny was a huge influence on almost everybody who came after him. Yeah, but Jack Benny was a great one. Remember after Jack Benny died, he had roses sent to his wife every single day until she died. Unchain America, words of the night, one night stand. Jenny must have laughed at that joke.
I laughed really hard. I liked it, but I saw the clip that you put up on Hecklefish's channel.
Oh, did you
This
guys know that
afternoon.
Hecklefish has his own channel on a YouTube?
He does.
I don't know what it is. I don't know what the link is. Hecklefish Moriarty?
Yo,
Hecklefish J Moriarty?
It's
Something
just
like that.
Hecklefish Moriarty.
So that's where his greatest hits go. If he ever sings a clip of a song, usually the whole song will be up there, or at least a chunk of the song would be up there. Country Road is recorded. It's in the can. I just haven't edited it yet, but he has done Country Road. Have you ever seen The Man from Earth? Really low budget, but a great premise. Yes, I have. That was a great one. Here's Kari Walker. Kari, the location of the Ark is such a great mystery. We love the show tonight. May the 4th be with you and with you. Thanks, Kari. It's
we
one of
didn't-
the best.
I was gonna say we didn't cover Star Wars tonight, but we did another Lucasfilm by getting the Ark in there.
That's
Ooh.
true. That is true. Gallia is here, longtime supporter of the channel. My $1 USD is not much, but congrats for 2 million. Hi, AJ, Jay, Victoria, and Gino. Gino, now people finally acknowledging Gino.
Thank you very much. Gallia or Galia? What are we going with?
I don't know. It's either of those, but she's been supporting the channel for a long, long time. She's great. Hi, Galia. There she goes. Zeb Francis is here. He's the Batman. He's the official superhero of the channel. Wanky frat boy voice. Wanky, huh? What up, File Fam? It's your boy AJ and a fish coming live with Mrs. Y Files, Bro Files, and V5 Files at 2 mil subs up in her. Congrats.
Yay!
Mandalore 42, $50.
Hookah chaka, hookah, hookah, hookah chaka, hookah, hookah. I can't stop this feeling deep inside of me. Human, you just don't realize what your tips do to me. When you tip me, I can pay my bills and you make me tingle in my gills. Oh, your tips are amazing. And I think it's crazy that you send cash to me.
You know what I was doing?
Yeah, Philosopher's Stone.
Working on my Philosopher's Stone.
That's right.
You know, I was
Oh.
waiting on this one, right? I mean, they're a Mandalore fan. And if they're a Mandalore fan, they probably want to go support Tate Fletcher, who owns CavemanCoffeeCo.com, where you could get Caveman Coffee by putting in the code YFiles, and you get 20% off, or maybe more. Just depends. It's check it out.
It's random.
But Tate Fletcher does play heavy gunner Mandalorian, and is one of the most prolific actors in the series. Check him out if you don't know who he is. Please go and support him. Okay, so now that I get to talk, we're gonna all go to CavemanCoffeeCo.com, because every time you put in an order, Gino gets to see it. So I'll see whatever message you want to put in there. Why spend your money on the super chats when you could also get coffee for the same amount of money and get that super chat in? Because I'll read it right out loud. They probably won't let me, but I'll try. I mean, I'll try and get it in. What do we think?
I think you're like a classic pitch man. Just the classic pitch man.
Yep.
Javier Martinez is here. If you put out videos twice as often, you would explode, man. Love the videos. Yeah, I would certainly explode.
He would physically explode.
I would explode. So Javier, I take about 3 or 4 hours off tomorrow, Friday. About 6 o'clock, play a little Xbox, have a drink or 3. And then I get right back to research and writing Saturday mornings. My mornings start usually between 6 or 7 a.m. and they go until 8, 9, or 10 p.m. And I do that all the way up until today. Jenny?
Yeah, I would like to
Confirm.
see you more often than 2 days a week. So,
But you can confirm the hours.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
And look, I'm not saying it's healthy, because it's not. But what I am saying, Javier, is the plan was to do 2 a week. It was that plan for a while. But instead, I just focused on heavier production value of the 1 a week. And I think it's paying off. I could be wrong. We can go back to the Space Panda days.
No, it's paying off for sure. For
There's got to be some Space Panda fans in the chat.
There are some
No love.
Space Panda.
Oh, see, there you go. There's Glia. Gino is the best. Good commercial, Gino. I want that coffee.
Now, Galia, I'm going to be able to see when you put that order in. So I'm watching you. Got my eye on you.
Everybody's in the mood for coffee. Is Hecklefish Gen X? I think so. He might be a little older than Gen X, but he's right around there. Puke Skylark is here.
Hang on. I think Hecklefish is like the face of Bo. I don't think we know how old he is. What are you rubbing your head for?
Because now you have to explain what in the world you are talking about.
Well, if there are Whovians in the chat, Doctor Who fans, then you will all know who I mean when I'm talking about the face of Bo and Torchwood and all of that. Yes. And that's it.
And if you're not a Who fan, well, too bad. Maybe I missed something, but is there any account of the Ark actually doing anything other than housing the commandments or being generally dangerous? Yeah, it fed the Israelites for all their time walking through the desert. You might have heard the expression manna from heaven. Manna is a type of starch, and the Ark would rain manna down on the Israelites, and that's how they sustain themselves. So yeah, the Ark did some of that stuff too.
I wonder what that tasted like.
I don't know, but manna has weird scientific properties. Like it's too much to get into, but it will orient itself into shapes. Like if you put it together, it's pretty strange stuff.
Wait, manna is something that isn't just in the story of the Ark. We know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Brian
Sincerbo. What's that? Brian Sincerbo is here, $21.99. The Ark is at the Denver airport, which is why you all got dinged.
It's good theory.
Teresa Smith, Hecklefish and Mrs. Naughty kissing.
KISS.
This human gets it.
Xander Grace, $50.
Tippity doo da, tippity. My oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of money coming my way. Tippity doo da, tippity.
Nialis, $5. Do you think the shell-shaped stone here might be something interesting? And there's a link, which I can't click on, but I know the one you're talking about. It looks like a shell. Let me see if I can find it. Would the producers mind if you took a little break?
Huh.
There they go. Let me show you what Nialis is talking about. I don't think it's anything. But you decide for yourself. Even search for shell on Mars. Yeah, it's giving me shell oil. Shell Mars, NASA. Because I can't. Well, can I copy that from there? No, I can't copy it. I am not seeing it, but I know exactly the picture you're talking about. It does kind of look like a shell. Yeah. Oh, good heavens. Because it's an incognito tab, so it doesn't have any of my stuff, my blockers. Look, where's the article? That's not enough. Yeah, I can't find a good one for you. I'm sorry about that. I don't think it's anything. You know, like I said last week, I think it's a good chance there was life on Mars. I don't think it was all that advanced, but who cares? We need to get to Cydonia and cruise around there and see what the hell's there. NASA, not a space agency, right? NASA, never a straight answer. There's Greg. Gen X money here. All right. Holla, Gen X. Mike D501 asks, do you believe the Ark still exists somewhere? I do, because we would have heard rumor it was destroyed, I think. Yeah, Mike, I think it does exist somewhere. But that's not the prevailing theory. Prevailing theory is that with the Babylonian siege in 587, that they took it and destroyed it, melted it down, or whatever they did. But I think I talked about it in the video. That's a hard one. You know, you can believe it, but there's easy arguments against it. One being, well, the Romans sacked the city in 70 AD. So we're talking what, 600? We're talking 6.5 centuries. So when Rome sacks the city in 70, they get the candelabrum, the menorah, they get the one, they get the table of the presence, you know, the one that put the bread on. They got those from the Temple of Solomon. I mean, we know they did because they were proud of it. They bragged about it. They carved it in the side of the Arch of Titus. And if you look at the reliefs on the Titus Arch, you'll see all kinds of stuff about that battle, and you'll see the soldiers carrying away all kinds of treasure from the city. I don't think they do too much about all the murdering and of men, women, and children that the Romans did. I don't think that's carved on there as much. But the stuff that they looted is carved. But yeah, that was a brutal siege. It's considered one of the worst in the history of the planet. So when the Romans got there, those two items were there, but the Ark wasn't. So if the Babylonians took the Ark in 587, why didn't they take the other stuff? Right? There's no concern that the table that holds the bread is going to burn your eyeballs out. It's a table covered in gold. Grab it. Same with the menorah. It's not dangerous. Grab it. I think that one was solid gold. So you would think that all those relics would be together. So it's strange that they're not. But, you know, I guess we have to just, it's a good thing about the Ark story is it really doesn't matter what the mainstream idea is. Until we see it, the one, and verify that it's the one, we're just going to continue to speculate. And nobody can be right. I love that story. So, and Mike says, I do, because we would have heard a rumor it was destroyed, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, because we're talking thousands of years. So the Babylonians were very bureaucratic. You know, they wrote everything down. And we have the documents, but they're basically like etchings in clay, but we have the documents that's just lists. They're the stuff that they took from we took this. It's like an ancient Excel spreadsheet we have from the Babylonians. They documented all of it, and the Ark isn't there, but all this other stuff is. So it'd be weird to leave that one out, because that's a big one. But a lot of anything gold that was taken there, you know, it's documented that a lot of this stuff was melted down. So I want to say, you know, anything big in gold would have been melted down, but the menorah wasn't. and the table wasn't. It's why it's a great story. It's because there's every theory is 90% good, 90% makes sense, and then there's just a little nugget that just throws the whole thing off. So I don't know if we would have heard about it. You know, really, what I was saying before about the Babylonians, they were bureaucratic. They wrote down everything, but not every society was like that. And Jerusalem was sacked over and over and over again. That's a city that's made of levels. I mean, that could be measured. You're talking 7, 8, 10 levels. That Jerusalem is there. It gets sacked. And every time it gets sacked hard. You know, it gets sacked AF. Reduced to rubble, burned down, and they build a city on top of it. And then it happens again, and it happens again and again. Jerusalem has been sacked so many times. Let's ask. How many times Jerusalem? How many times was it? Jerusalem has been conquered more than 40 times. Persians, Romans, Ottoman Turks, British, more than 100 battles have been fought for control of Jerusalem over the course of its history. That's even more than I thought. So 40 times. So we have the Babylonians that write stuff down. The Romans wrote stuff down, but some of these other cultures might not have. I'm trying to see if there are any cultures that were kind of like sloppy, meaning like Visigoths sacking Rome. They're not going to write anything down. You know, the Vandals, they're not really going to document stuff. But when Hadrian goes the other way, then we have records of it. So I can't really tell. The Persians would have documented it. Hellenistic, the Greeks would have, the Romans would have. Byzantine, now early Muslim, now it starts to get a little hazy here. I don't know what year where Saladin would be, where he basically conquered the whole region. But yeah, we've got we got murky history till we get to the First Crusade, which was 1099. That's the Templar time. So we have documentation there, but most of the documentation of the Crusades comes from the Vatican. You know, I don't think we have too much that comes from the city itself. You know, we have Crusade era relics, but to my knowledge, we don't have a lot of documents. A lot of those are the Vatican, the Mamluks. Now this starts to get messy. So this is when you have Christians running the city, losing to Muslims. It goes back and forth. Right, you're the Franks. So, I mean, so you can see that it's just going to be a nightmare. We're not going to know. I mean, now we're up to World War I. And then we're at 48 and 67. And those are the big years, right? Mike D, I don't know. A lot of scrolling for I don't know. But that's what we're doing. We're learning stuff. We're learning stuff. Just PJ for $10. Gen X drinks and knows things. And nicely done. A little Tyrion Lannister quote. Frank's World TV 250. We mention this show on our podcast all the time. Hey, Frank's World TV. Everyone check out Frank's World TV. I think that's Frank down there. And the rest of his world. Jay for $1.99. Hecklefish World Order starts meow. Fear the Crab Cat. You step out of the car, meow. Terrible Emu. I got to click it. Terrible Emu. Tomorrow's my birthday. Happy birthday, Terrible Emu. All I want is a Hecklefish Greatest Hits album. I don't know if he can get that to you by tomorrow. First, we got to get the plushie, and then we can work on the Greatest Hits album. Edward Charltron, longtime supporter of the channel, finally figured out why I like the show so much. Even if it's something I think I know, I learn that there's more behind it and below it. Oh, nicely done. Yeah, with the topic that's been covered over and over, I work really hard to find something new. For both of us, because there's so many. You can't look like if you're trying to research an Ark of the Covenant episode and you look up Ark of the Covenant documentary. I mean, you don't even know where to start. And it's really all rehashing the same stuff. So I tried to find as much new things as I could. The Jim Barfield, his research, it's not super new. He has a few years. But I thought it was interesting and I didn't see him covered an awful lot. The Tigray conflict I saw covered nowhere. I think we're the only one to even mention it. And it's important, and that's a big one to leave out now. If you're going to do an Ark story and go to Ethiopia, you've got to cover the conflict because the conflict landed right in Axum. But a reason that people don't cover it, I believe, is it's really, really hard to get information. You gotta work for it. And, when you're doing YouTube, you don't want to work for a living. Who wants to do that? Abilis for 550 Canadian. The Ark is in my basement. Boomers rule. We invented everything. Love you guys. Kisses, Hecklefish. All right, man. Keep it there. And don't open it. Don't open a box. Don't open a box. James Allister 499. So there's miles of records below the Vatican. I believe the Vatican houses the Ark. My theory. It's a strong theory. We talked about that earlier. The church, St. John Lateran Church. That's the oldest church in Rome. So it's older than St. Peter's. And that's where the Pope's residence was for hundreds of years. So that was the place. And that church is still there. So we have records of when that church moves, when the Pope's residence moves, the Pope goes, he sends over, a little memo, send the Ark this way, because he wants the good stuff. St. John's could have a different relic, bring the Ark over here. So that's written down, but it's information from the Vatican. But if there's like a list, top 2, 3, 4, 5 places where I'd like to just go, the Vatican Archives would be right on that list, man. Miles and miles of shelves. Books, stuff. And I talked about it earlier, James, the Chinon document that I don't think I finished telling you about that. So 1307 is when King Philip of France, he owes a ton of money to the Templars. He can't pay him. So he colludes with the Pope to outlaw the Templars and seize all their assets. And a lot of the assets were redistributed to different orders and such. So the Templars are then accused of everything. It becomes a huge misinformation campaign. What they basically did is they looked at all the things that they attacked the Jews for, and then just started doing it to the Templars. So it all falls under heresy, but it's a lot of sexual stuff. The stuff that the church, writes down that they don't like, but kind of do a little bit anyway. But they write down you don't do it. A lot of that stuff, lying, taking the Lord's name in vain, all of it fell under heresy. So the Templars now they're outlaws. Anywhere they're caught, they're captured and they're just tortured to death. The leader, the Grand Master, is eventually found and he's burned alive. I forget his name. You guys would probably know it. His a French name. Well, we don't have to do it right now because that's not my point. Yeah, he's burned alive. And as he's burning, according to the story, he basically says this is bullshit. He says this is not. I didn't do what they said I did, but he's burned anyway. And then the Templars, and it's a whole thing. Well, there became sort of like an urban legend within that community that it was all a setup, and that that the Pope actually forgave us, the Templars, like said we're cool now. But there's no evidence of that. So the Templars just kind of went into the wind. Now, they didn't disappear. They went into different orders, or they became different things. It's not, they didn't just vanish. The Chinon document is basically a court transcript. And so the Templars disbanded 1307. So Chinon is probably 1310, 1311. Like it's within a few years. And in the document, the Pope, they are absolved of all heresy. It's just that you guys are good now. But the document disappears. So they're stuck. And Chinon was just found just recently. And it was misfiled. Is the document that absolves the Holy Order of the Knights Templar of heresy that changed the course of history, especially with the Church and Christianity. It was we just put it there, it's Chinon. We didn't know if that's an S or a C. Is it the French? We filed it over here. Someone just found it by accident. Like, hey, this looks old. Why is this here? It's like, oh shit, that looks important. Oh, hang on a second. We're being flagged down.
And didn't they execute a bunch of them on the 13th, like Friday the 13th, and that's where it became an unlucky. That's the story of how it became an unlucky day.
Right. So the order is given on October 13th, Friday, October 13th, 1307, and which is an unlucky day. But it's commonly thought of that's where the unlucky Friday the 13th comes from. That's not true. That's a misinterpretation of an older custom. The first documented case of Friday the 13th, I think, is Norse, but it's one of those things that's unlucky in a lot of different cultures. But yeah, a lot of people think that that's where it comes from, but it does not.
Okay.
But I'm glad you brought it up as a cool little fact for the story.
It is a cool little fact. I was reading about it when I was doing some research.
Friday the 13th. Well, while you're researching, what was the name of the Grand Master who was burned at the stake? Because he was badass. I mean, burning alive has got to be a tough way to go.
That's awful.
That's going to be hard to find him in a wiki
Charles
page.
Is saying Serge Menast. Somebody is saying.
If they say it, I'll know it.
Jacques de Molay.
That's him. That's the Grandmaster. So whoever is Jacques de Molay, whoever said it first, you get a Daniel Webster cigar.
He's sitting in my lap and he's shedding like crazy.
He sheds a lot. Yeah. So de Molay, he was burned at the stake, but not on 1307, not right away. That happened a little bit later. There was Pope Clement. Happened a little bit later, but as he was burning, he defied it to the end. Said this is nonsense.
Really quick, I just want to tell you this video is ranking first.
That's crazy.
So Chinon
parchment. So Chinon parchment, it was found in 2001. So that's how recently. Dated 17 August 1308. So it was right after it's found in the secret Vatican Secret Archives by Barbara Frail. That's right. Apparently after having been filed in the wrong place in 1628. That was a chaotic year. So you got to give him some slack.
Yeah.
It's the record of the trial of the Templars and shows that Clement absolved the Templars of all heresies in 1308 before formally disbanding the order in 1312, as did another Chinon parchment dated 20 August 1308, addressed to Philip IV of France, he was the villain. By the way, Philip and Pope Clement, I believe, were cousins, which made it all kind of messy. Could be wrong on that. You don't tune into the show for history, do you? Actually, that's what we do here. But I'm often wrong, but I believe that they were cousins or at least related. Because Clement did not want to do this. He didn't want to do this. He had to be pressured. Yeah, there's Grandmaster Jacques. He had to be pressured by Philip
It's crazy.
to do it. Oh, so the story I wanted to tell earlier, because I'm assuming everybody knows this, but I'm going to tell you. You want to stay on the line, or can I let
Sure.
you go? What do you
Just
want to stay on the line?
let me go. Just kick me off.
Yeah, but they like to look at you.
Okay.
All right, so everybody knows. I mean, if you know who Jacques de Molay is, then you know about the Templars and their banking practices. But how they made their money. I started this story earlier, and we go off on tangents here. But I don't know. It's not a professional thing. So they're guarding the road, the pilgrims from the west to the Holy Land, and they can't bring their treasure with them. Because they're constantly getting robbed by highwaymen. So the knights come up with an idea. They say, you know what? We've got redoubts, little castles, facilities all over the place, because the knights were all over the place, not in 1099, but quickly all over the place. So what they say is, look, so you're in France, you want to go to the Holy Land, we get it. Bring your gold to us. We're going to put it in a safe little castle, and we'll give you a receipt, an official receipt. And then when you get to the Holy Land or anywhere in between, you take this receipt to another knight, and they will give you your gold. It was the first traveler's check. And this became such a powerful device for the wealthy of the West that the knights became a phenomenon, because they took a little taste. They took a little taste of everything, because of course it was worth it. So of course you'll pay 3, 4, 5% just to know you can go to Jerusalem and back for 5, 6 months and know that your gold is fine. And anywhere along the way, do a little withdrawal, and it worked. So they amassed so much money that they had more money than entire kingdoms. And
Crazy.
was one of the reasons for trying to disband them is they were just becoming too powerful, and tried several times to establish their own state, their own nation. And there were a couple of orders that were able to do that. I forget them off the top of my head, but maybe you'll know. Maybe the Knights, the Hospitallers, maybe. There was at least 1 or 2 orders that created their own independent nations. So the Templars wanted to do that, but it was blocked. I just think they didn't have enough military power at the time, but they had the money. If they just could have kept up the armies.
Crazy.
Maybe be a video. It's a video that people ask for to cover the knights. I just feel like
Yes.
it's so heavily done that Sharon says there's lots of echoing. I don't know. Could be. You guys in the chat, are you hearing echoing?
I don't know, but the thing is that a lot of, people hear about stuff, but they don't hear about all these cool little tidbits. And also people just like the way that you tell stories. So I think it's okay to tell some of these things that
Ooh.
you think are done.
Ooh, Peacock's Order, talking about the Teutonic Order, sometimes ally, sometimes rival of the Knights Templar. Teutonic Order eventually became the Schutzstaffen. Eventually, Teutonic Order, that was going to be Himmler's SS. He was building that around the Teutonics. So we think that maybe so because the Knights Templar, they're covered so much that I don't know. When the wiki page is this, I'm reluctant to cover it because I can't. What can I bring that hasn't already been done? Besides, Hecklefish singing an 80s song.
No, I think you do it.
So I've been trying to find, is there a specific story about the Knights that would be good? Because clearly I'm interested in them.
Well, you could talk about like the lore and the theories of what happened to them after that Friday the 13th.
That could be good because there's so much wrong about the Knights Templar. There's so much wrong about it. Thank you, Dan Brown, for throwing a big old monkey in our wrench of the history. I love the books, but remember, he made a bunch of it up. It's a novel. So that could be interesting.
Yeah, I think
No.
so.
I mean,
so.
Eon would watch it. Paul says, just tell us the story. Jamie says he has a radio personality voice, soothing. You're flying high on the wings of Y105.
Yeah, and somebody sent us a link to a video that's Insider Secrets of the Knights Templar, and talks about the Ark and stuff. It looks pretty cool.
They sent that as a link?
Yeah, Victoria put it in Slack for us.
Okay, good. I'll check that out. Army Nation likes the stories, but the Space Coyote says Templars are played out. So it's tricky. I thought Cicada 3301 KC, that's on the list, high on the list, actually. The research is done. I started writing it. What happened was some drama with the Cicada story hit Twitter with a guy who's involved, doxing people, swatting people, and then actually showing up at people's places, like within, I don't know, 6 months ago. I was writing it, Gino and I are sitting there watching all the documentaries. I'm writing it. And during my research, I went, whoa, this guy's going after people. So I wouldn't want to get involved in any drama.
Yeah, we didn't want to get swatted.
I'm not afraid of the guy.
I know you're not. I still don't want to be swatted.
You come to Papa, but we don't want to be swatted, is the thing.
No.
And HG says you already covered them. Lily von Stupp, the Teutonic Titwillow. Cattle mutilation in South Texas. Recently, I haven't heard that. But chat knows a lot about the Templar Knights. And that's why it also takes a lot of effort to do a story like that, is because so many people know so many things. So I got to get it right. Got to get it right.
Yeah, but
we'll protect you, Jen. Relax. We're fine.
I know he will.
I'm not worried about some weird Twitter old guy accosting me on the street. That's not the concern. The concern is, SWAT kicking down my door with the guns. People get killed that way from swatting. So King Charles is a Templar. Yeah, there was an interesting fact that Mike was writing about, that there's that faction of the Templar Knights that become the Freemasons, right? And then you've got that faction then you've got the Teutonic Knights, and the Teutonic Knights sort of become the SS, right? So World War II in a certain context is the Freemasons, which is Winston Churchill and FDR were Masons, versus the Teutonic Knights, which is Himmler and Hitler. So it's like that. It's like a second century battle fought again on the world stage of World War II. Wouldn't that be cool if that's really what it was behind all the scenes?
It's so fascinating because you look at like Marvel and stuff, and you look at how they tie, like, especially all of the Avengers stuff, how they tied in like Operation Paperclip, and how who was the bad? Yeah, I'm wearing makeup. I typically wear makeup on the live chats. What's the bad guys in Avengers? The Octopus group.
How can we not remember that?
Shield. So Shield was fighting against the bad guys. What were their names?
Hydra.
Thank you, Scott Sheets.
There we go.
And it's so interesting how they kind of pull in some of those parallels. So like you talk about the Teutonic Order and how that ends up turning into the SS and all of that. It's fascinating. I love digging into all those parallels. Gino's raising his hand.
The octopus guys.
I couldn't remember the name.
The octopus guys.
I'm tired.
All right, 114 super chats to go, and we're 3 hours in, so I'm gonna have to turn up the speed here. Okay.
You are. Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna set you down there.
Bye.
I want to get your suit. There she goes. I want to get your super chats read, and I'll try not to sidetrack too much. Maybe just a little. Maybe just a little. James Allister. There's miles of records below the Vatican. I believe the Vatican houses the Ark. My theory. Yep. Lots of stuff down there. And there's Paul. Watch tonight's episode while driving. Don't do that. But it was very interesting. Congratulations on 2 mil subs. Thanks, Paul. Be careful on the road. Ray J's here. $10. The Ark is in the sanctuary. I saw Dr. Jones put it there in the movie. It belongs in a museum. Jimmy Stewart, there's $10. I'm 48. Great show. Very detailed. The Ark is a very interesting subject. Question. The UFO videos from the Temple Mount. What did you find out about that? I look forward to your video every Thursday. Thanks, James. I found out that it's probably a hoax. It has to be a hoax. You can't fly over the Dome of the Rock without, anti-aircraft from every religion on the planet going after you. It would be a whole incident. So it's a hoax, but damn, it's such a good one. So I found plenty of people saying, "Oh, it's a hoax." Gino was here earlier saying it was a group of students claimed credit for it, that it's a hoax. What we need, though, is we need the evidence that it's a hoax. The tutorial of how they made it, because it's a UFO sighting from 4 different angles of the city, and it looks pretty good. Maybe one of the best UFO sightings I've ever come across. It was really, really great. But I don't believe that one's real. But there are plenty of real ones. Unchained America's here. The Ark is hiding under Hecklefish's bowl. That could be true. That could be right.
Finally, a human who gets it.
Amberlyn Smith. Great episode tonight. I love all things Oak Island and Ark of the Covenant. Peace, light, and love to all of you. And to you as well, Amberlyn. Oak Island, I don't know if we can do it. I think it's pretty saturated at the moment. We have other fish to fry. Hey, AJ, I love the content. In your research for the Ark, did you come across Ron Wyatt, who claimed to have found the Ark? I did. Michael Morgan. I mentioned this earlier. I didn't cover him because he's controversial. The theories that I brought are basically can't be proven and can't be disproven, and people can just converse about it. But Wyatt's stuff is either earth-shattering and amazing or a hoax, and people have strong feelings about it. So I didn't want to cover it. But we thought maybe we were chatting in the chat about it, that maybe an episode about Wyatt's findings, the Ark and the Ark, could be interesting. I'm interested in both of those. Here's the great Mike Barra. Hecklefish is on Team Area 51. Certainly true. Mike Barra contributing to tonight's episode. Rain Man the Goat, $10. I think we watch Central Story. Tell them the topic in a fun way that anyone can understand. Give resources to your theories or answers, then leave us on a cliffhanger. Keeps us hungry. Oh, thanks, Rain Man. I don't want to keep you hungry. When you finish the episode, I want you to be satiated. I want you to be satisfied. Because it's not about how you start. It's really about how you finish. Mr. Pegger would say $5. Too many powerful people, groups, and governments with interest in the Ark. All of them. One would have knocked over that church in Ethiopia by now if it was there. Maybe. But Israel said it would be a terrible. It would be a terrible idea. But my instinct as well, as a selfish American, is to just go and get it. Kind of like that British soldier Ludendorff, what he did in the 40s is he went there with the garrison and said, "I'm coming in." And they said, "You can't come in here." And he said, "Stand aside." But that would be an incident now. Might be worth it. It's a good thing that we're not in charge. Dana T, thank you for $49.99. No question, no comment, just a couple of shekels for the till. Talon Guy, great show. Didn't the UFO video turn out to be fake? Thoughts? It's fake, but I need to see how they did it. I mean, that's you got to show your work. That's important. You can't just say, "Yeah, we faked that." Bye. No, what are you talking about? Show us the raw footage. What did you do? What software did you use? I'm a whorefish heckle baby. Here's your change from the other night. You seemed riled up tonight. If you're still feeling saucy after the show, you know where I swim. Ho ho! Ho ho!
Whoa, this is one smart human. Are you sure you're not pot goldfish?
Kiki JD, the aliens took it back. I have a crush on Hecklefish. Is he single? He said he's single and ready to mingle. Just be careful. He's got 3 ex-wives for a reason. And I don't know. He's not that great with his guppy support payments. You gotta watch it. Molly and Tomato. I suspect the Ark is hidden at Our Lady of Rune. I don't know that one. I don't know that story. Our Lady of the Runestone? No. Our Lady of Rune. Let's see what we got. Our Lady of Rune Ark. Our Lady of the Ark Covenant Church. Is that the one that you're talking about? In Israel? Can't be this one. I don't know what you mean, Molly, but you have me intrigued. There's Ray J. Funny thing is, most people would rather have you do the research than do it for themselves. Sure, sometimes your take on the facts makes things clearer. I hope so, Ray J. I try to make the topics approachable and fun, and give you enough info that if you want to learn more, that you go down the right rabbit hole. And with stories like this, if you go down the rabbit hole, hopefully the Y-Files is ammunition so that when you come across stories that maybe we debunked or have given you some different angles, you know it when you hit it. Like, that's a good story, but I remember that they said that was, fake. John Hobart, thank you for the $9.99. Since you did the Gateway story, why don't we all complete the entire Gateway program, then remote view the location of the Ark? What's your opinion on the whole Gateway experience? Have you done? Hang on. We're being flagged mid-quote.
Sorry, I think that last one was a joke that somebody was doing a play on Rune Lady's name.
Oh! Well, very funny.
It's funny.
Rune Lady is the new Baba Booey.
Yes.
There she goes. So remote view the location of the Ark is genius. Why don't we do that? Where's Ingo Swann? Where's Joe McMoneagle? They send those guys to the moon and Mars. Go find the Ark. Maybe they need to know the location, right? McMoneagle needed coordinates to go see Mars, but he saw Mars a million years ago. So apparently it could be kind of loose. Remote view the Ark. Genius, John. I at least would remote view what's in that cave in Qumran, right? With the concrete wall and under the stairs, wherever the gold is. I'd like to remote view that. But then what do we do? What do we do if we're right? What do we do if we remote view into the cave and there's the Ark and all the gold? We can't get to it without quite a situation. We'd have to hire mercenaries. John, we'd have to hire mercenaries. That's how we do it. That's the plan of attack. Remote view into the cave, find the treasure, hire mercenaries, and go get. Kyle Johnson, my mom and I live across the country from each other now, but we are always watching live on Thursdays. Shoot out to the great mothers. Happy early Mother's Day. Shoot out, Mom. Happy early Mother's Day. Thanks for your support, Kyle. Randy Davis is here. Wait, so that video of the UFO shooting into the sky legit? If so, is there any explanation for it by mainstream science? And what does Graham Hancock think of all of this? We kind of covered that, Randy. I think it's fake, but I can't find any proof of people faking it. And Graham Hancock believes the Ark is at St. Mary of Zion in Axum in Ethiopia. He believes strongly that it's there. The Dude 87 is here, longtime supporter of the channel. Hey, AJ, question for Gino. Would you consider doing a show on Patreon just on your stories? Maybe call it the Gino.
The Geno Files coming right at you. Well, you know, there's one way to bribe me, and it's not through Patreon, but that's a good second place. The first place to bribe me would be at cavemancoffeeco.com and use the code YFiles, because I see every one of those orders that come in. My eyes put my eyes on them personally. So if that's how you want me to.
And there he goes, Caveman Coffee Co. Quantum Sledgehammer, thank you for the 1059. You gotta cut it, right? How many plugs? How many plugs? Tate, is Tate watching? How many plugs? Caveman Coffee Co. Quantum, look, and another great way to support the channel is shop.theyfiles.com. You can grab yourself. This is a Mr. Naughty Illuminati mug. Mr. Naughty, he's on the stage right now. I can't grab a hot set. Can't grab. And we've got these cartoon mugs. Those are from shop.theyfiles.com. Great way to support your favorite channel, or this one. And this mug, actually, these are all fistable, by the way. And this one actually says, you can fist this mug. It's quite a conversation piece for Nana and Pop are over. Is that a Y-Files mug? Oh, that's the. Oh, but the mug is great. But can we just comment on the excellent hand modeling and the excited faces that she makes? It's important. Yeah, there you go. What do you think? What do you think of the modeling, Jenny?
I think it's perfect.
She thinks it's perfect. Those are not fully fistable unless you have a smaller fist, right? Can you fist? And she can't fist it. Well, you can find a small person, have them fist it, and you can just watch. Mike and Murph, 1001, new Patreon here. Love the channel. So what would be the benefit of Moses, a human, building the ark as opposed to God or higher being, making it / providing it to the world himself? I know, Mike, you can't do that. It doesn't work that way. You've got faith and you believe, or you don't. For non-believers or skeptics, it seems weird that he sends instructions and says, build this. But he can do all kinds of other stuff. Just build it yourself, God. Why? I'm busy. I'm leading them through the desert. And why the burning bush? You just talk to me on the mountain. Now this, so it's, there's no way to answer that. I don't take the Bible literally, but I like the stories. I really do. Dumpster Diving Dragons DDD 777. Hey, hi there, hello, Lord Hecklefish. Do you know CSNY carry on? If so, would you give it a toot for us out here, maybe, please? Your fan Finn DDD, and then we got the sideways thing. I think it's Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young is what that is.
Mm-hmm. Carry on, my wayward son. Or is that Kansas?
No, I think that was Kansas.
That's Kansas.
Cat, professional contrarian, thank you for the $10. Have you ever heard that the dimensions of the ark match those of the empty sarcophagus in the Great Pyramid? I have heard that, and that is 100% true. That weird sarcophagus that's in the king's chamber, which they say is a sarcophagus, but we've never found a mummy in a pyramid. So what was that for? And if the pyramid was a device that created electricity, like I kind of think it was, and the Y-Files has a great video on that, by the way. And we get into the science of how the pyramid could have generated electricity. We tied it into some of Tesla's work with wireless power. So if the pyramid was that, then the Ark of the Covenant would be, it would make sense to put that in there, right? Like a big old D battery. Oh, hang on, being flagged down.
Just wanted to mention one of the articles I read this week was that in one of the Mexican pyramids, they found underneath it the remnants of liquid mercury again.
That shows up a lot.
Which
Liquid mercury.
Which of course is a great conductor of electricity, but a poor conductor of heat. So back then it would have been a great way to power anything.
That's true. Might be a good episode to do at some point is tying all that ancient tech, not Baghdad battery, not that stuff. Rivers of mercury, which are all over the world. Ancient China as well. Ancient China made machines with it.
You know, I feel like the pyramids were some kind of device for power, electrical or not, and the Earth went through a period of EMP that we were just not able to have electric, so we lost that technology because for hundreds of years we might have not been able to have electric, and we just didn't realize that because we didn't have machines trying to produce it after those hundreds and thousands of years.
Well, there's a theory that the pyramid produced power that was beamed into the stratosphere, and then the receivers of the power were the obelisks in the settlements that were around the area, and that's a theory that some people believe. And it's possible that it got wiped out because of the Younger Dryas flood going across the Giza Plateau, just wipes everything clean, and now suddenly we've got erosion around the Sphinx, and just nobody left to power the pyramid. But we know the people were putting weird chemicals in different parts of the pyramid that did create electrical explosions that caused the quartz to vibrate to create that piezoelectric effect, that the whole thing could have generated a ton of power. All right.
Yeah.
All right, there he goes. Pyramid was a power plant. I believe it. Daniel Garman, $10. Resonant thoughts / spirit / energy oscillating amplifier. The construction sounds a lot like an electrical circuit, and the ropes around the ankles sounds like a ground strap, like on forklifts. I hadn't thought about that as the ground strap. That's interesting. I mean, it was probably a hemp rope, I would think. But electrical circuit, yeah. I mean, the box could have been a capacitor for sure. For sure. Dan McMaster's here. AJ, best channel on YouTube. I don't know about that. Saw Oh God, You Devil in the theater. Guitar rock singer made a deal to be famous. Love the D. Martin roast. Foster Brooks and Don Rickles are comic gods. Let Hecklefish narrate / present the episode. Thanks, Dan. Dear Sharon, please do a video on 0 Point Energy. Love your show. I'm going to get more specific on that, Sharon, for sure, but take a look for the video about the ARVs, the alien reproduction vehicles. I get into a lot of 0 Point Energy in that video, and I list the scientists who are working on 0 Point and making progress with it. I think there's 7 of them that I list in the video. They all died under strange circumstances. A lot of depression and taking one's own life when you come close to free energy. Chance M, your channel brings me hope for this world. Have you heard of the Great World's Fairs of the 1800s and the Empire of Tartaria? I have. That's high on the list, Tartaria. That urban legend is new, so there's not a cohesive narrative yet. So it's hard for me to put it together. It would just be this theory, that theory. In a nutshell, Tartaria is an empire it's centered in Asia, but it's a globe-spanning empire. And then at some point, there's an event that causes a worldwide flood of mud that covers their buildings, and we see evidence of their architecture in the World's Fairs with these strange buildings that you'll see if you dig below ground level. There are windows in basements, and why would you put windows down there? So if there was a flood, and then the whole story about Tartaria is covered up in a collaboration between the CIA, the KGB, and other intelligence agencies. It's not very cohesive yet, Chance. But I'm going to do it because it's highly requested. But but keep in mind, I'm going to debunk that one hard. Samuel Urbani Samuel, since you are on religion, I'd love to hear about Ophir. I don't know about Ophir. Adding it to my list. Port or region mentioned in the Bible. I gotcha. King Solomon received a shipment from Ophir every 3 years, which consisted of gold, silver, sandalwood, pearls, ivory, apes, and peacocks. All right, that's interesting. I'll look at that. If you're playing along at home, it's mentioned in Genesis 10. M Guitar 93, great premiere. Tying it back to your Egypt, I've read that the Ark was kept in the king's chamber and was the power source for the pyramid power plant. So that's why it's clearly a simulation, because we didn't talk about any of that. Hours. Talk about it 30 seconds ago, and there it is. Happens all the time. She says no, but she's been known to be wrong. Dickerson Designs, a poem for Lord Hecklefish. A shekel for my heckle, though alas, we must now part. Early rise for Jersey job makes Thursday nights a fart.
Good one.
Thank you for the support, Dickerson. And for we love a fart joke around here. Yes or no? Farts are funny.
They're funny. They are funny.
Farts are funny.
Yep.
Can you make a fart? Can you make a fart noise? How is your? That's how you do your fart noise. Let me see. That's it.
Well,
She's got lady farts. Found in Fiction Gaming. Great show tonight. We love the Little Ark and Hecklefish's Bowl. Finally, the first. No one saw it. And if someone saw it, they didn't say it. Yeah, there is an Ark of the Covenant in Hecklefish's Bowl. Jenny, you didn't see it.
I didn't see it. I was too busy keeping track of the people that were on the stream.
All right. Well, she had work to do. There's Teach. This episode was such a great topic. Thank you for covering it. Now, please do the Anunnaki. I'm going to do the Anunnaki. The trick with them is you get a content warning, conspiracy warning from YouTube. So I have to be careful with that stuff because it hurts the channel. We've had a couple of demonetization issues recently that really hurt the channel. I had the Dyatlov Pass video was just age restricted. 2 nights ago, I got the notification. That video is a year old, and it was already limited monetization, which means none, and which means YouTube won't show it to anyone. Now, if you want to watch that video, you have to be logged in and have your age verified, so nobody sees it. So I have to be careful with those kinds of topics. Teach, but Anunnaki, of course, one of my favorites. It's coming. Becky Ward, love the story. Oh, there's your Dalek. The Ark is the Bible story that has fascinated me the most. Raiders of the Lost Ark is the best Indiana Jones movie, in my opinion. What's your favorite Indiana movie? Of course, it's Raiders. Of course, it's Raiders. I mean, the Indiana movies, the order that of their quality is the order that they were released, right? But not that 2 and 3 were bad, but actually, I might be wrong. Last Crusade might be better. Right? And there's a debate to be had. Is Last Crusade better than Temple of Doom? Gina says no way. Hang on. Chat. Yeah, Mad says YouTube's going downhill. No doubt about it. Steven goes 1-3-2-4 for Indy. So he goes Raiders, Last, Temple. And then what else are you putting Crystal Skull in there? Rick says number 2 sucked. I don't know about that. His heart was still beating when he took it out. We had Snake Surprise, Monkey Brains. We had Short Round, stepping on the bugs. It sounded like Fortune Cookie. So there was stuff in there. I'm just looking at the chat. The Last Crusade was my favorite. It was really a good one. Hard to go wrong with Harrison and Sean, right? I mean, we named the dog Indiana. I mean, you could just all day you can listen to it. All right. Hey, you sidetracked me with Raiders, which one of the few 10 out of 10s. Tiptastic, very reliable from UFO. Shane, why didn't you mention Timothy Hogan? I don't know Timothy Hogan. And I'm going to add to my list and look into it. There's that's going to take a little more work than that. Take a look. Remember, Tiff, I'm not an expert on these subjects. I'm an entertainer who researches and I talk to a fish. I hope you're entertained. But wake up, Zion. You're the coolest. Thank you, Zion. No, you are the coolest. You're so cool. You can spell "your" any way you want, and I don't mind. Ray J's back. Of course, there's a God. Who else do you think is running this simulation? Yeah, I can't deny that. RSDR and $199.
I'm a fish and I'm a star. So put more dough in my jar. The type of vodka that I need is Belvedere.
Got my Y-Files University shirts today.
I need to buy a tinfoil hat. So please click the super chat. We all know the government is listening.
The dance is coordinated now with Jennifer and Victoria. They're coordinating the dance. Gino's not doing it yet, but I think we can get him on board with it. I think we can convince him to maybe Jen and Victoria, if you can formalize the routine, the number, so Gino knows what to do. You put those steps on the ground, 1, 2, 3, because we just need to have him do this at the end, like you ladies do. That's the best part. And it's very graceful the way they do it. Like men what it comes out like this. It's very nice. Got my Y-Files University shirts today. You can get those at shop.theyfiles.com. In case you were wondering, a great way to support the channel is with, well, I haven't plugged that much tonight, is why. Y-Files University shirts today. Congrats on 2 million. Thanks for another great episode. You're welcome. Where is that university shirt? That's on here, right? I'm looking. Look at that. So you could tell which shirts did I put up. Crab Cat, $19. Conspiracy, $20. Wi-Fi Steve, $20. Those are the shirts I put up. You know what shirts the ladies put up? It's $28, $24. See how they do it? $23. Why the extra $3? Why? Make a commission. This is $16. That's what we're talking about. Anyway, shop.theyfiles.com is fun stuff, and they want keep scrolling. Go scroll along more. Point. They're going great. They're going crazy.
There's the Y-Files University shirt right there. There you go. That's what you went to look for.
Well, I kind of did, but I kind of.
Okay, you just wanted to look.
Kind of wanted a reason to plug the old merch. Okay. Now, how much did you put these up for? $80? Oh, $19. Okay.
It depends. Look.
So, look, do you want to listen to Jen do a marketing meeting? I mean, should she get out the PowerPoint, do the presentation with the pointer? So the reason is the cost of goods sold. And if we can just increase our margins by 22%, our EBITDA will really go through. If you would just turn your presentations to slide to page 14, we'll get into the pro forma for the next 2 quarters. That face means I'm in Dutch. Hi, Eddie Gok. Hi. I don't know how to do it, man, but I like your Git fiddle. Last month, you briefly spoke about the monolith on Mars. What about more things on Phobos? The lost Russian probe, Buzz Aldrin, and the UFO Shadow. There are more images of a similar ship by the USA. There's definitely the monolith on Phobos that Buzz Aldrin talked about. I talked about it on TV, and I heard that he got shushed or scolded or something like he wasn't supposed to say it. But there is definitely something there, and there's pictures of that online. Maybe we'll cover some more of that stuff in the future because there's a lot more interesting stuff out there. There's Zane Keem. Your avatar scares me. Longtime subscriber. Love how you present these mysteries, but bring us back to Earth at the end if needed. What future topic are you most looking forward to covering? I'm looking forward to covering Cicada. I really like that story. I don't know how it's going to perform. I don't know if people are going to watch that one. But I really like that story. I'm trying to think what else is coming up. The object in the Kuiper belt that's spinning too fast to be an asteroid that people think could be a ship creating artificial gravity. I think that's called, what is that? What's that called? Is that called the Arwan? Something like that. I think it's called Arwan. Looking forward to learning about that one. It has a near perfect orbit. What is that thing? So looking forward to that one. I hope that's of interest to you. The Breeders Syndicate, $30. Shout out from the Breeders Syndicate Cannabis crew. Love the show. We do history and love that you keep it to facts. Have you heard of Breeders Syndicate? Do they do just Gino sees cannabis and he's thumbs up?
I don't know their crew, but you know, I'm gonna support them either way.
I thought maybe it was a spin on like Stone Science. That was a cool idea.
That was a good idea. That was Sarah Weinshank and Kim Congdon's show.
And they would get baked and talk about science stuff, right?
Yeah, we produced that.
And we produced at the studio. Yeah, so they would get baked, talk about science stuff, but even unbaked, totally sober, Sarah, how is she on the science? She's
it's stoner science. It's not Bill Nye.
It's not Bill Nye. It's not Bill Nye. Cool Groove Gaming, $5. How about a video on Imhotep from Egypt? The villain from the Mummy series was real, and I think it was Joseph from Genesis. We have a video coming up. It's still kind of being fleshed out. I almost threw in a little bit of it with this video, but it was too off the path. That there's evidence, if you can call it that, that Moses was actually Akhenaten, who was the father of King Tut. Akhenaten, if you don't know, is the pharaoh who he moved the capital of Egypt out of Thebes, and he switched the whole culture from polytheistic, many gods, to monotheistic, one God. And his monotheistic religion sounds a lot like Christianity. So there is a theory with some pretty good evidence that he was actually Moses. I'm so tempted to get into it now because it's such a great story. Jen's wagging the finger. No. But Cool Groove, I think you would like that one. Let me look at the chat. Do you guys care? Do you care that Moses and Akhenaten could be the same person? Imhotep was Jesus of the day. And how could the ark be moved if you can't look at it? A Brotherhood of the Snake. That random model. My bike. Someone stole my bike. Of course. Why not? Karen says we do care. Okay. Noah. Akhenaten. Very nice. Yeah. So that's Akhenaten. Famously married to Nefertiti, which that name might ring a bell. There is Callie Pepper. Hecklefish decals would be great. We've got stickers up there. Are decals and stickers the same? Jen says no. She says they're different. All right. Jen, can we make decals? Do we know how to do that? She's nodding. Okay. We're switching merch providers. It's going to take a little bit of it's going to be clunky when we do it. So if you shopped at thewildfiles.com, you should grab. I mean, if I were you, I would grab something soon. I would grab something soon because it's going to get a little clunky when we switch over. But we have to switch because the new company does the plushies, the talking Hecklefish plushies, and I'm not going to tell you the number, but it was a concern on our product meeting today about the Hecklefish plushies. Like, how much is this thing gonna? What are we gonna have to sell this for? And the number was the right number. I don't want to say it because I don't want to be wrong. I don't want it to be more and have you complain like, well, you said it was going to be, or have it be less and not be able to get a little extra bucks. So the number is going to be just perfect. So that's coming. And Hecklefish has 10 of his catchphrases that he says when you, but you have to gently squeeze his dorsal fin to do that. And gently, if you squeeze his dorsal fin too hard, it will not work. You've got to just caress his dorsal fin. And one of his 10 catchphrases that were all voted on by you guys in the community tab on the channel. Some of them I didn't even think of are so funny. Like, oh yeah, he does. That would be funny to have him say that. So that's coming soon. Paul's back. Remember gold was $20 an ounce 50 years ago? Yeah, that's true. There was an old saying. I don't know who said it. Like an old economist talking about inflation and about how gold is just so consistent as a medium of exchange. And he said that no matter what time it is in recent history, an ounce of gold is the same price as a good suit. So it could be $20 an ounce, or it could be $1,200 an ounce. But the price of a good suit is an ounce of gold. I thought that was interesting. I'm watching. I mentioned this last week. I'm rewatching Deadwood right now. I'm just about finished with it, and gold is such a big part of that show. But so I find myself doing a lot of math in my head. Like if Al says, I'll give you $200 for this, I have to do the math. Like, all right, it's like 25. It's like 25x. Like trying to calculate like how much how much Dan took off the guy and how much what EB's cut is going to be. You got to do the math. EB Farnham, he's the best. Mike and Murph would like to see you cover the 1994 Zimbabwe UFO encounter. Luis Elizondo stopped short of saying why he feels it is a clue to all UFO encounters. Zimbabwe's on the list. It's high on the list. In fact, it may be someone maybe started writing that. Oh, hang on. There she is.
So Zimbabwe has been written.
Is it any good?
Yeah, it's really good. But we're gonna do Varhina first, and then we're gonna do Zimbabwe. Probably about 3-4 weeks later. You all right?
Oh, my camera's still on. Oops.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing. Sorry about that. Yikes. I thought, oof. No, I'm good. Let's go.
Go.
What?
Go. Read. The number of people on the stream keeps going up, by the way.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking about in the chat? Zamunda. Oh, nicotine gum time. How dare you, Jason? You said that, and my mouth is now watering instantly. Can you shake it again so I can hear? It just sounds like happiness. Happiness. Hey, it's not professional. I know, Bootylicious. This is not a professional. This is not a professional show that we do.
Thank you for watching the After Files live stream. This is not a professional production. We don't know.
First, he needs to go to bed. Amphibious says, "No, you're a machine." Where's this one? Where are you? Oh, Gray Viking. Jen is cracking the wipe. You don't want Jen to crack the wipe.
No. That's a bad night. You don't want that to happen.
Jimmy Catalina, you're getting very sleepy. Getting very, very sleepy. Jen's lips look amazing tonight. I was thinking the same thing. They look all plump and luscious. Are you using that stuff that when you smooch somebody hurts?
Yep.
It's essentially it's lipstick that makes your lips swollen.
It's lip plumping lip gloss, but it's got like capsaicin. What's the pepper
Capsaicin.
stuff? Yeah, it's got like capsaicin in it and stuff. And
So
it's
it makes it
cayenne
like
pepper.
so it's like a hematoma.
Yeah, and then you kiss someone, and then they're like,
Well, the first time that I ever got I got a smooch from Jen, I didn't know, and I just started going, "Ow, ow." She thought it was so funny. Ow, ow. Plump and luscious. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, and that's basically the line, Bird Dog, and I don't mind the line. Plump and luscious. We're right there on the line with Jen, but we don't want to cross that line.
right.
Right. No, I don't think they're swollen like a baboon's butt. I don't think so. I don't. What? Baboons have that
That's
red.
almost that's to me that's crossing the line. MUC, stop it.
They got the red. It's like the red ass cheeks, and so. But they're saying, I'm saying it's not like a baboon's butt.
Anyway,
Judge Combs, our Bell and George Norrie AM would be, and so I would be and are so proud of you, AJ. Oh, thanks, Judge. You know, I'm a big Art fan. He's the best to ever do it. All right. It's getting late, guy. I gotta speed it up. All right. So Zimbabwe, we got Mike. It's coming. I promise. There's Ryan. AJ, join my cult. You are what must thusly entitled a Gnostic anarchist. See Terence McKenna for further information. I know Terence's work very well. I'm not much of a joiner, Ryan. You know, it could be said that AJ doesn't play well with others.
you don't play well with others.
Yeah, I don't play well with others. Kind of a lone wolf. Daniel Gomes, what do you think about the Anunnaki theory on this? I'd love to get into it. I'm going to get in trouble if I do. You don't want to cut into the Applebee's time. We're not doing Applebee's. We're doing turkey sandwich on keto bread with light mayo. God help me. But Anunnaki's coming, Daniel. Paul's back. $20. Tungsten and gold are exactly the same density. I didn't know that. Most gold held by banks is gold-plated tungsten. Knew that. Buy physical gold and melt it down. That's before discussing the fraud of ETF gold. If you can't melt it, it's not yours. Very true. Very wise stuff. Paul, I was thinking about getting some gold. Let me know if I should do that. I don't know if that's a good idea. I'm thinking of getting some gold. I bought a little Bitcoin instead, because it's coming down, like the walls of Jericho, man. It's all coming down. Mr. Privacy, thank you for the £5. Please, can you do one on Siddhist Trataka meditation, yoga, and Tibetan superpowers, and one on Persinger and Kern's God helmet? Sent links to you. I need those links. If I can't pronounce it, then I don't know it. So I'm interested in these topics. Tibetan superpowers sounds cool. I cover Tibetan superpowers a little bit in the acoustic levitation video. There was actual film evidence of Tibetan monks lifting heavy stones with nothing but musical instruments and chanting. I forget the guy's name. He took like 3 films of it, of them doing it. Like, he has written diagrams. It's in his diary. It's amazing. And as soon as he gets back to England, they seize the film. And he's like, well, but why you take? Dude, we need that. Seize the film. Mikey himself. 1 pound is 14.5833 troy ounces. Gold is currently 2,000. Is it up to 2,000 already, huh? It's coming down, man. The walls of Jericho. 33 tons is $1,974,891,485. Oh, almost $2 trillion. That's a million. But I'm seeing billion there for Mikey, but I could be wrong. But either way, that's the amount of gold that's supposedly buried right there under Qumran, next to the well in the courtyard. We got a remote view there. Obviously, we have to do that, and then remember remote view, and then we have to hire mercenaries. Doug W, $20. Consider this my Heckle plushie down payment. All right.
Hey, pretty smart for a human.
Casey, love you guys. Thanks for Mars. You're welcome. I'm glad you like that one. That's always been one of my favorite stories, Face on Mars. Rocky Horror Show is here. Hello from Boise again. Thank you for the brain food. You're very welcome. I don't think I've ever been to Boise. I asked myself this because it's a kind of place I like to go. I like places that are quiet and away from people. Here's the big question. This is the big question.
What are you doing? Victoria, are you? No.
I guess that was a limited time only. So now she's doing facials. So only blackhead extractions, foot rubs. That was limited run. Where I am a wolf. I actually retracted that because she was then reading the regular chat. You have my full support, but I do think this UFO was debunked personally. I want to know how. I want to see the evidence. But I agree. It can't be real. It's such a good one though, right? Thomas S. Russo, Esquire.
I'm a goldfish. In a steel boat I swim. I wanted a tip. I wanted a tip.
Gino had a lighter handy. Who'd have thunk that? Daniel Gomes. Do you guys know Morrow? But I don't know his work, but I'm going to add him to the list. Morrow, Biglin. Oh, there he is. Sacred Writings. He's an Italian author, essayist, and translator. Much of his work focuses on the theories concerning the Bible. All right, I'll check him out. In the research, I found two documentaries that I grabbed because I got so interested in them. It's one trying to prove that Moses was real it's all science. And the other one is the same people just proving stuff from the Bible, all science, looking at bones and soil samples, all kinds of stuff. Really interesting. Thank God for Pirate Bay. Ahil Veer. I'm so happy to see you grow. I hardly comment, but I'm with you guys since the inception, and you totally deserve this and much more. Well, thanks, man. I'm glad you're here. The inception wasn't that long ago. ArcPunk Comics 999. Happy May the 4th. May the 4th be with you. Why, friends? Homesick today, but this was The Cure. Love the indie points that were right, and the team's coverage on all the possible locations. Usually we only ever get a couple. Well, you're welcome, ArcPunk. Then there were more, but I couldn't let the video go too long. Paul Malik, $50.
Uh-oh.
Yo-yo. Moo-la-la. Yo-yo. Fish really need some money. I need to buy some stuff. Fish really need some money. YouTube don't pay enough. Fish really need some money. So click the super chat. Like that.
I'm wondering, did I buy a new chair?
Yes.
Oh, well, that was very generous of me to buy a new chair. Isn't that wonderful? Thanks, Paul. I'm glad that we are your favorite channel. Sunny A, busy evening. Can't wait to watch it all tomorrow. Thanks for the great content, AJNT. You don't watch the whole thing. It's not professional. You don't have to do that. Hiya, Jaya Hiya, 5 Australian. That was the best episode. Thanks for the trip, gang. Love you all. You're welcome. I'm glad you like that one. Jen says it's performing well, which is a surprise to me, but it's encouraging because I like the religious kind of stories. I think they're fun. We don't have to even get into religion. I just like the myths, the legends, the mysteries. I'm glad you do too. Nanobread's there. Are the national parks used to restrict access to certain areas? Most of White Sands is off limits. It seems that's true. That's the second landing area for the shuttles. Isle Royale is a haunted once copper mine area. Yep, national parks to restrict access. Absolutely. The biggest landowner in the country is the federal government. Paratrooper 108. He's got his wings. It's just a flesh wound. I've had worse. You've got no arms left. Yes, I have. You're a
I'm
loony.
invincible. You're a loony.
You're a loony. None shall pass. A70 Garage, $5. Thanks for the super chat. Help, Victoria. None shall pass.
You're welcome.
We are no longer the knights who say me. We are now the knights who say.
Icky, pa-ching.
That's why I married her. Yellow Umbrella Homebrew, $5. Fear the Crab Cat. Hashtag Fear the Crab Cat. Fear him. Pegasus Angel or Pegasus Angel. I'm not sure. Hecklefish is such a good singer. I loved his cover of the Indiana Jones theme song. Glad to hang out and watch Wi-Files with my family while celebrating my B-Day. Great episode tonight, y'all. Thank you, Pegasus. And that means you hung out to the end. So normally we've got a Listen on Repeat. The great Listen on Repeat is our outro song. But this time, Hecklefish did a cappella of the Indiana Jones March by the great John Williams. Bernard C. Hello again from the Cape Breton area, Nova Scotia. Great episode. The word of the night is hemrod. What I say. Hemrod, what I say. Thank you, Bernard. K. Fox, my cat says hello to Hecklefish. Great show. That got me to tune in each week. Cheers. Cheers to you. Your cat's chilling. Mr. Soundscapes. Thoughts on an episode on a lost Confederate gold. That's a great story. And a whole story about the Confederate, the gold would be great, and tie it into the Confederate Empire that they almost created, where the Confederate plans were win the war. Sorry, it didn't work out. Win the war, seize Mexico, all the way down to the whole Gulf area, Cuba, all of it. That's Confederate wanted to take all of that. That would be, I think that's a cool story. It's not that well known. But with algorithms and such, Confederate stories are difficult to do in these sensitive times. And the times they are sensitive. A lot of feelings. People have a lot of hurt feelings.
A lot of feelings.
Hurt feelings.
So many feelings right now.
Everyone's got feelings.
Everybody's in their feelings. That's what the kids say.
So many feelings. Can't tell any stories because I might hurt your feelings. Jake Best, would you mind giving a shout out to the best comedian, Kyle Dunnigan? The greatest show on the internet, the second best show, the Wi-Files. Kyle Dunnigan does have the best show on the internet. That's true. I never heard of him, but very, very, very good show. Dr. Nan Fran is back, $50.
What the fish needs now are tips, sweet tips. They're the only thing to bring a smile to my little lips. Or buy a shirt, a mug, or a hat. If it's easier, just click the super chat.
Radiation from the Lost Ark of the Covenant. Pun for Jen. And congratulations to all y'all. Clearly, y'all's hard work does not go unnoticed. Hashtag on the road to 3 million. Sunglassy face. Look at the two little seals. Look at my two little seals. Who's a good seal? Who's a good seal? I'm going to hear about that on Twitter tomorrow. Adam Price, $5. I'm with the Big Bang Theory. Indiana didn't matter to the story of Raiders. That is an interesting theory. That at the end of it all, and ended it all, it didn't matter, because that's the big thing about this, about a good story screenplay movie, right? That when the conflict is resolved at the end of the story, the world has changed for the better. But in Indiana, then nothing changed. They found the Ark, and it's in a warehouse. Nothing's different. The Nazis weren't defeated. Nothing changed. Interesting theory. Eric, $10. UHF gets a 10 out of 10. That's not a 10 out of 10, but you, my friend, have very good taste in movies. UHF it's the only movie Weird Al ever wrote. Great movie, UHF. And this is where Michael Richards essentially discovered on UHF, and because of his performance on UHF, you have to. It's time to get the fire hose. I mean, Gino, you remember Fire Hose?
Of course.
So that
Of course.
that performance, Seinfeld just loved his performance and said, "This is Kramer. This is our Kramer." So it's from UHF. Get the fire hose. I mean, Al, he needed people to work on the air, and he was just a janitor. So he became like the host of the kids show. And then, one of the rewards is you'd stand there and they would turn the fire hose on your face. I thought it was funny.
I think so too. Could I go back a few, by the way? Kyle Dunnigan's show is one of the best there is.
And we've got Abel is $5.50 Canadian. Forcing yourself into any Ark location isn't going to happen. If it's real, it has a purpose in space, time, and human history. That's a good point. It's a good point. Maybe it's just something we're not meant to see.
Do you want me to go?
Randy Davis, thank you for the $9.99. I noticed before how most of the movies being mentioned as 10/10 were older than 20 years ago. A sign of the times? Of course. Of course. All right. I was just teasing. You wanted to plug Kyle?
No, well,
Comedy in Threes. That's the 3. That's the 3, and that's it. I promise. I won't. It's just Comedy in Threes. That's all. That's.
Kyle has been down to Better Box Studios.
I know who he is.
He's one of the funniest guys that there is. Our buddy Kurt Metzger used to write with him. His show is excellent. Everyone should check it out.
I remember. Super funny. Are you doing plugs for his show now?
Well, I might as well. I mean, again, I love Caveman Coffee, number one. CavemanCoffeeCode.com. That's where you should go. But Kyle Dunnigan's show, I would plug up and down because everyone will enjoy it. It's one of the best there is on YouTube.
Right, he's a salesman. Notice, so 10 out of 10 are all older than 20 years ago. Sign of the times. Yep. Let me see. What, I'm looking for 10 out of 10s, recent 10 out of 10s. Yojimbo by Kurosawa. I could see it. Best, any like classics, any classic cinema in the last, let's see what the producers think. Classic cinema, movies that they're going to be talking about. We talk about the Godfather is still on everybody's list, top 3, 4, 5. Godfather came out in 1972. So when people talk about Gone with the Wind, which is what, 39, those movies, they're fine. Godfather, I can sit and it's just as good. Hitchcock, the movie, Rear Window, Vertigo, Birds, these are great movies. Psycho, these are great movies. But they look almost campy now. Mm-hmm. But Godfather, set 1972. Although Rear Window was pretty scary. All right, so classic movie last 20 years. Blood Diamonds, that's a good movie. It's not a 10 out of 10. Oh, Princess Bride. That's not 20 years though. Princess Bride is 80s.
It's a good one.
That's a good
we're
one.
looking for ones that are within the last 20 years?
20 years. So since 2000, a movie that's a classic that we're going to be talking about, because we're talking about The Godfather. It's 50 years.
Right.
Is Titanic after 2000?
Yeah, but
Titanic.
I mean, it made a lot of money.
No,
it did make a lot of money. But
no one's going to be no one talks about Titanic now. It's not on anybody's list. But no hate for Cameron, Terminator makes the list.
yeah. I don't know.
Wolf of Wall Street says Brooke Teal. I don't know if I would call that a classic, but that one definitely holds up. Jurassic
Shawshank.
Park. That's a great movie. Jurassic Park. That's 90s though. Yeah, Titanic was 90s. Doesn't matter. That won't make the list. Spaceballs was great, but that's not since 20.
John Wick,
2000.
somebody put in there. I love John Wick.
Yeah.
They're all so good.
The Matrix. No, The Matrix was 1999, so just missed the cut. Hunt for Red October, great movie. That's 80s. Catch Me If You Can was a good movie. It's not a
Yeah.
classic though. It's not a classic. Blade Runner 2049 says someone. Now you and I, Blade Runner 2049. That's for us. That's a classic, but I don't know if it's a timeless piece of cinema.
Harry Potter.
All
I
right.
love the Harry Potters.
Now it's solved. There it is. There's the answer.
That's a very fun movie.
Game night. That is the new modern classic. No, you.
I love that. Can I get but then you and then
And Hammer 86, by the way, pinned on the board, if you look carefully, is a little screen grab of them in the alley vomiting at each other as they remove the bullet that passed through his hand. It's called an exit wound, honey.
Was it his-
Oh, it came
arm?
out.
Oh, it came out. Yeah, it's a good one.
Debbie Does Dallas. No, that is not a classic for all time. And I think DDD, that's 70s, right? Star Fox. What glasses are those? They look great. They're on Amazon. They're cheap from Amazon. The Room. That's good. Human Centipede. That would not make the list. Lord of the Rings. Good call. I thought Lord of the Rings was 1999.
These are all 90s.
Yeah.
X90.
Mean Girls. I mean, really, Elf. Elf is great, but is Elf the one that lasts forever? Even
late
Interstellar.
I mean,
Good Will
everything.
Hunting. That's 90s.
Up was good.
The Departed. That was a great one, but Departed. Oh yeah, Departed was like 2006, right? I have to check me on that. I think it was about 2006. That
Yeah,
was
it's
a great
hard.
movie. What?
It's hard because, like, I don't know.
Well, that was kind of the point, right? Is movies got to be kind of dog shit, and especially the last 10 years are pretty bad, and the last 5 years is garbage. Like I know it's not. It may be a hot take, but the Top Gun 2 overrated to me, and it's a good movie, but everybody went crazy for it. $1 billion, but I think Top Gun was only so successful because people are sick of all the politics. So it's like, here's a movie without politics and Tom Cruise. I'm so happy to have it, but it was fine.
A few people said Django. That was a good one. I mean, we go back
Django
to
was a
that
great
one.
I can't
That's
ever
good.
start Django because I can't finish it. I have to watch
Right.
all of it.
Uh,
Just looking through the list here. So judging by the list, we're all struggling. Swiss Army Man, very interesting film.
that was a crazy movie.
Crazy. You have to be a Daniel Radcliffe fan to get into it. It's so weird. If you
Yeah.
don't know this, all right, here's the thing. If you don't know Swiss Army Man and you're a Radcliffe fan, you have to check this out. It is something.
It's bonkers. Oh, Brother Martha, that was good, but that was longer ago too.
Yeah.
That was good. Someone saying Ferris Bueller's. No, that's 80s. That's a great movie. Gladiator, of course, that's a fantastic movie, but that's 90s.
Yeah.
So what did we wind up with? Just John Wick?
John
John
Wick is not a
Wick's so
timeless
good.
classic. It's awesome, but
not,
it's not a time.
Yeah.
The Revenant, I
Well,
don't think.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
Oh, you want me to go? Well, John Wick does have Tate Fletcher in it from Caveman Coffee.
Randy Davis. We see what you did, Randy. You sent us down. You sent us down a rabbit hole, and like every rabbit hole tonight, ultimately ends up with a plug for cavemancoffeeco.com. Use promo code WildFiles. Get yourself 20% off and support our buddy Tate Fletcher. Sharon, $50. Please, please, pretty please do a video about 0 Point Energy. I know you can explain it so everyone can understand it. We need this. It's coming, Sharon. It's coming. Thank you for the $50. Very generous of you. Conroy Whitney, thanks for all the quality content. Cool seeing your channel evolve. Congrats. Thanks, man. Glad you're out there. Mr. Peckerwood, yes, it's me. New pick for the show. Ah, okay. I like it. Indy, I had a diarrhea story like the one you posted earlier this week, only I blew up the bathroom at a Steak and Shake. I'm sorry to hear that. The Mr. Peckerwood, the diarrhea story he's talking about is posted on the Wi-Fi's Backstage channel. In case you're interested in that, I don't know why you would be, but it was a reading I did with a few local bloggers in LA for charity, like Shane Nickerson, Will Wheaton, and a couple of those folks. And it's just a funny experience that I had. Folks seem to like it. Daniel Gomez, need an episode compiling several Anunnaki theories like Zecharia Sitchin, Robert Morning Sky, and others. Yes, that's a good idea, Daniel. I mean, Zecharia, that's the standard, at least to me. Morrow is pretty new to me, but that one's coming. Nietzsche, congrats on 2 million subscribers. Please, and that's it. Please do an episode on the reshot structure. It's coming. Hang in there, guys. We're almost out. There's daylight. Chris Phantom 5, thank you. Love Hecklefish. Tartaria, Giants, and Mud Floods is my suggestion. That's coming. It's coming. By the way, someone is photobombing you in your avatar, in case you didn't know, in case you didn't see it. Kiki JD, my new shot glass and mouse pad are on their way. I think there's a riff on the Cabbage Patch. I haven't seen the shot glasses on shop.thewifiles.com, which is a great way to support the channel, by the way, because then you get stuff. Patreon's cool too. It's only $3 a month, and you get perks like intimate live streams. I don't mean intimate like naughty. Sometimes that are just for Patreon members. We do that before the Thursday show. We do it tomorrow morning, Friday mornings. We do that every week. And not that many, everybody gets a chance to hang out, get your own camera on. Oh, here's the shot glasses and $5. Perfect. I haven't seen these yet. What does that say? Two. That's like a 2 million shot glass is what that is. They're nodding. Everyone's nodding in unison. Very nice. Now, Jenny, is one of these on the way for? Yes, she's nodding. I do love me some barware. I mean, I would get the Diamond Beer Stein, but I can't afford it. That's shop.thewifiles.com. Thank you for your support. Great way to support the channel. Scott Wayne, what about the entrance to the center of the earth in Antarctica? Covered it a little bit in Operation High Jump, Scott. It's a while back, but I get into really most of the story. Admiral Byrd, and the adventure he has in Antarctica. I don't want to spoil it, but he meets up with there's Nazis, there's UFOs, there's all kinds of stuff. It's Operation High Jump. I'm going to be doing a Hollow Earth video soon. It requires a lot of research, so I want to make sure I get it right. All right, we're almost out, which is good. I'm losing my voice. Jordan, James Fox just claimed yesterday that he's close to obtaining the videotape from Varhina alien case. Do you think there's any chance it's real, or will it be a nothing burger like usual? I'm not sure yet. I'm hoping that it's real because we're doing this story very soon, maybe even next week. So we'll keep an eye on that. I hope it's real. Brian, super direct evidentiary debunks. Big fan for Neil Year. Thanks for sticking around. Look forward to every new episode. I put a vote in for Nazi Bell episodes talking about Die Glocke only if there is a new German evidence or research thrown in with debunks, of course. Yeah, that is requested. Die Glocke, the bell. I'd love to do an episode on Nazi technology because it would be fascinating. There's so much cool stuff, but YouTube just won't allow it. I'm expecting tonight's to get flagged. Oh, Jen, I didn't turn monetization on. Did you? Thank goodness. I'm expecting tonight's to get flagged because we mentioned Nazi one time. I had Hitler and Himmler in the script. I took it out. It's not worth the risk. And we say Nazi once because you have to. And then I just say German from now on because, I have to be a good little creator and I have to obey the censors. But I see the check mark next to Rumble. If you're watching on Rumble, how you doing? Rumble holla. I see Gino. He's either signaling or he's doing the hokey pokey. He's thumbs up. He's signaling. He's doing closed fist. He's doing it. That's the letter A. I think. Do you know what this means in sign language? You know that word? Other ear. That one. Did I get that right?
I don't know, but this means chicken. However, I was thinking that the Glocke is interesting because even though it's pretty much debunked, a lot of the UAPs that are being seen right now are bell-shaped. So it's interesting that way back then, that was really the first bell-shaped, vehicle that we became aware of. So, real or not, it's interesting that they got the shape right.
Got the shape, but it was never built. Allegedly.
Allegedly. I'm just saying a lot of the new ones that are being filmed and photographed. Yeah, that's chicken.
El Polo es stupide. That concludes the bilingual portion of the program this evening. Muy gracias. So that some of that's coming there, Brian. Bill Horvat. Very impressive channel. Love it. Funny thing is you have 10,000 watching these live streams on interesting topics, almost as much as Dr. Disrespect streaming games online. Keep it up and us educated. Will do. I don't know who Dr. Disrespect is, but I'm glad that we're almost up to his numbers. And Aunt Paige. I remember back in the 70s watching In Search Of, episode on the Lost Ark. Is that show inspiration for you, Jaime? I mean, maybe it's in the back of my mind because I watched those. That's the Leonard Nimoy show, right? So, but the biggest inspirations for the show, content-wise, are Art Bell and The Twilight Zone. Pretty much. The format, the inspirations were Mr. Rogers and Pee-wee's Playhouse. Seriously. Fireballs. There are a total of 3 arcs. There are 4 lights. 3 arcs, locations revealed, type Ark of Covenant. Yazzie on YouTube. All right. Yahtzee, that's Hecklefish's. People still play Yahtzee? Is that a game that people still play? And what is Yahtzee? That's getting all the numbers in a row? Victoria's nodding, and Jen's not sure. She's still got bunko in her mind from her big bunko night with the girls. She's a bunko shark. How much did you win, honey? Nothing. She won nothing. Ray J, thank you for $20. Pagan Wizard. Many monuments sink into the ground over time. It's called ground creep, I believe. I agree. I didn't say I believed in Lemuria. I'm just trying to get your brain juicy. Dr. Nan Fran is back. Have any of y'all read The Rock by Robert Doherty? I have not. It starts off the Area 51 series, which should be a movie franchise already, in my humble opinion, will be right up the right up our alley. I'm going to add that to my list. The Rock comes up again, but this is different Rock. Best. Losers whine about doing their best. Paul is back for $10. Do you have a connection to Shatner? Because I want to tell him how much I love Boston Legal. And interesting thing is, in a few weeks, Both Jenny and I separately will have been on a show with Shatner, but not getting to meet Shatner. Is that true?
Yes, that's true.
And
That's
what's
very
your
true.
Shatner connection?
I was on an episode of Boston Legal.
You were on that Boston, but you didn't talk, right? You were background work.
No, I talked.
Well, what did you play? Exotic dancer.
I played a woman who owned a website that people could go on and like warn other women if they went on bad dates with people. And I was being sued by a guy who was like a horrible guy to go on dates with, and people posted about him, and then he lost a bunch of his business and stuff. So he sued
All right,
me.
very quickly, give us one line from your episode of Boston Legal. Just one line from your Boston Legal.
It was so long ago.
This is TV. This is like TV. You just, if you can't remember, you just make it up. You just make it up. Nobody knows.
Truth is the defense.
Truth is the defense. Almost snagged an Emmy for that. She did. Truth is the defense. And I think the rumor has it that I'll be on Unexplained with William Shatner at some point in the next few weeks. Larry Winsinger therapies for $11. I bet the Black Eyed Children know where the Ark is. You should ask them. I'm not going near them. That's Demonic Hordes is the only one who has real Black Eyed Children experiences. And they've changed him, man. He's not well. Paul's back. Gino, you're the greatest dancer.
I got the Gino Shuffle. It's catching on.
The Gino Shuffle is catching on. Ricky Slade, 111. Thank you for the 1999. Little known fact about the Moai is that their backs are carved with designs. At least one has similarities to carvings at Göbekli. I've heard that. Also, Jeffrey Drum just detailed exactly how the pyramids operated as chemical plants. I have to look into that because I believe that. Very good comment, Ricky. Nicely done. Royal Regency has the comment of the night. Here is $10 to remove the Rune Lady avatar. No? I'm working on it. Super Exian, Super Exian, $99.99.
I'm a fish, I'm a lover, I'm a freak. In the covers, I'm a swimmer, I'm a saint. I do not feel ashamed.
Super Saiyan, hey, AJ Wi-Fi's team, congratulations on 2 million and happy May the 4th be with you and be with you. By the way, it's my and wife's anniversary, Chris and Angie. Hey, great job and show y'all. Thanks. Oh, here's a little something toward your, fancy like Applebee's. Oh, Jen's doing the fancy dance. There she goes. Yeah. Yeah, she does it every time we're like ordering in a fancy restaurant. I have to tell her to stop. Honey, you got to stop doing your fancy. There she goes.
Can I get the Caesar salad?
At home, we call that the Caesar salad dance. Corey Hogan, I love the show. Real people investigating history and what's going on. It's such a great way to enjoy my time, and you are entertaining. If I were the Ark, if I were to see the Ark, I would be afraid to look. Yeah, you don't want to look in there. You don't want to look. I don't know what I would do. I would probably not look. I mean, you see it in the paintings and everywhere, them carrying around the gold box, but it was never out. It was always shrouded. It had to be. It was always covered. And then it went into the tabernacle, which was that big fancy tent that was lined with like gold walls and all kinds of cloth. And in there, then the shroud could be removed, but then only by the priests who would go in there. And then they would drop blood on it and do a bunch of stuff. But yeah, if you ever see it in a painting or depicted as people carrying around a gold box, that is not accurate. It was always covered. They uncovered it at Beth Shemesh, was it? That didn't work out. Paul's back, 1, 2, 3, 4. Tonight is my cousin Amy's birthday. Can you all say hey to her? Could you say hey to Amy?
Hey, Amy.
Hey.
Happy birthday.
What is that? No, this means chicken. This
I
means
know.
chicken. DSDR, and another $100. Thank you for the larger sizes and shirts. You're welcome. No, we we understand that some women need to have larger sizes in shirts.
Hey,
Don't we understand that?
we do understand that. It's important. It is important.
Oh, I have a couple of jokes about that, but I've been instructed to keep them to myself. Keep them to
Keep them
myself.
to yourself. Yes.
Paul says my 9th grade English teacher was a groupie for Leonard Skinner back in the day. She sounds like she was cool. She was definitely stoned. Definitely stoned when she was teaching you. I had a teacher, his 6th grade, he was Mr. I forget his name. It'll come to me in a second. He was such a drunk. He would walk in the room in the back and just what?
Was it Mr. Saltzman?
No, not Mr. Salzman. I never saw him drink. I forget his name, which is a shame on me. He was a great teacher, super smart guy, but he was always, it wasn't that he was hammered, but he just always reeked of booze. And he would close talk, like he would come down, like, oh, Andrew, that's a really, really good paper you wrote. Just, you could smell the booze in between his rotting teeth.
I know who we're talking about, and I realized I just messed them up for the principal, but
Mr. Sullivan.
Mr. Sullivan, that's him. I had Mr. Mason was the other one.
He hated me.
Yeah.
Mr. Mason, I kept getting pulled out of class to work in the computer lab because I was that kid. So, and he hated that, me getting pulled out of his class. But what he hated even worse is that with me not showing up to his class and still scoring 100%. He didn't care for that much. But, it's 6th grade math. Anybody could do it. Charles, thank you for the 2112. He's a Rush fan. Thanks. Congrats on 2 million subs. Respect to Jen, Victor, Gino, and the true talent, Laird Hecklefish.
This human right here, this human gets it.
Shout out to my favorite, my fellow Patreon supporters. Team, enjoy a Rush-sized tribute. That's very nice. And he hit the button twice, which is fine. Look, I appreciate it, Charles, but I don't know how to do refunds. So the 2112 turned out to be 4224. See, that's why Mr. Mason hated me. Kathleen McMahon Quigley, 11 Canadian. Are you a member of MUFON? Apparently they are hiring. I am not a member of MUFON. MUFON. Hey, there's Allergy Gal. She's our big winner tonight, isn't she?
She is.
Ever consider doing convention appearances? No. I go to Dragon Con every year, and I'd love to see the Wi-Files team do a panel there. I go every year, and I'm making a Hecklefish costume, Hecklefish cosplay.
That's amazing. I love that.
I think the team will probably do a con at some point, and then they'll just Skype me in, most likely. I don't do well around the people.
He doesn't like being around people.
Don't really care for the people. Kiki. We need more Space Panda. Thank you. Finally, a Space Panda fan. You're the one. That random model, part 1 story idea. There was a discrete excavation of the large mound in Illinois, which found a manuscript claiming that all pyramids worldwide were made by beings which traveled on a city-sized craft. I have not heard that one. But send that in the tips line or email me. I'd like to read about that. But part 2 is called the Mule. They never, I like the breaking it up into 2 super chats was great. And he didn't lower the price. Sometimes people will send a super chat thread and it starts out really like $20 super chat and you get excited. And I get excited because I can see them all. But the $20 part 1 gets down to like 99 cents toward the bottom. So I appreciate you just hanging in there. It's the Mule. They never left the ship, but would lift items they wanted to the Mule. Although their name was unpronounceable by most peoples, the masses referred to them as the Anadonkey. Not the Anunnaki, the Anadonkey. Metal Madness. Looks like a shredder. Missed last night's stream. Glad I caught you live tonight. Great channel. Since I found it 5 days ago, I've watched 50 vids. Retired veteran, so I have nothing to do. Thanks for the crazy ass stories. Thank you for your service, Metal Madness. Are you Navy? Something going on with Navy recruiting right now? Ay, ay, ay. Buzz Darkin, $10. Thanks for another great episode. What,
Hey, Buzz.
Buzz? Something going on with Navy recruiting right now? Thanks for another great episode. Here's another shot of Belvedere for Hecklefish. Curious if Hecklefish enjoys the occasional cigar. He definitely does. He's mentioned that on the show. I even asked him how he smokes them underwater, and he just had something rude to say to me. Possum Holler loves the show. Come on, hang in there. We're almost out. We're almost out. Scup Teach, $9.99. Oh my God, new at Super Chat. I asked if Hecklefish has a version of Baby Got Back. Maybe it would be funnier if he sung the Nicki Minaj song, My Anaconda Don't. Do you know? I don't know this Anaconda ditty. Do you?
I couldn't. I've heard it, but I couldn't sing the Nicki Minaj one.
But have
Baby
you
Got
ever heard
Back.
of of a little tune called Baby Got Back?
Oh yes, that would be fun. I actually saw Sir Mix-a-Lot live at the Viper Room, and went up on stage. They were having women come up on stage and dance when he sang Baby Got Back. It was quite the experience.
Which is ironic because Jenny
Still
got no back. Jenny all front. She got no back. There she goes. There goes no back, Jenny. Cantu Blood Axe. Love your work, sir. Keep up the good hair. I'm glad you enjoyed the hair. I'm not going for the Giorgio thing. Someone mentioned it earlier. What it is me being late with the edit. So scene 8 took over an hour to render. So I'm doing this. Oh my God, I'm not going to make it. I'm not going to make it. And I forgot to fix it. But look, man, at my age, I'm just glad there's some there. You know what I'm saying? Paul's back. Hey, Jay, 1 in every 4,000 people on the entire planet is subscribed to the Y-Files. Whoa, that is pretty cool. That's crazy. Is that
That's
crazy? 1 out of every 4,000 people?
Crazy.
Mm.
Gino,
That's-
not as impressed, but he's still on board.
I math eludes me. I was trying to do some quick math in my head. I can't, but that is a tremendous number.
But I bet Mr. Mason liked you just fine.
I didn't get to tell you. The revenge for Mr. Mason was he had to explain to all of us what happened during the space shuttle that exploded while we were sitting there watching it.
Oh no.
That wasn't fun for an old man. An old man telling a bunch of kids.
No, that's awful.
Wow, so
Yeah.
you had it was 83?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that. They had all in the gym with that. They rolled the TV in on the cart. We were all sitting there watching it in elementary school, and then it was like, oh.
I got to stay home that day as a special day from Mom. I was so excited. I had my cereal bowl and was watching at
Oh.
home, and the day took a turn.
Took a turn.
Well, on that note, thank you for the generous support, Weldon Mahan. Is he trying to?
Wow.
Is he trying to punk me, Weldon Mahan? Is that what is that? Is that a dick fur behind you, Jenny? Is that a dick fur?
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
It's a long one tonight.
Snorted.
It's a long one tonight. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Thank you for your support. Super chats, I really appreciate it. If I didn't get to you, I'm sorry. I will get to you next time, I promise. If you'd like to support the channel, shop.theyfiles.com is a great way to do that because you get something. In super chat, I just say the words and it's over. And I probably forgot, but a Wi-Fi shot glass is forever. Also, if you want to support, you can consider joining Patreon for as little as $3 a month. You get a lot of perks. Hang out in the Discord. You get private Patreon-only live streams, which we do twice a week. This afternoon, we'll do one tomorrow. You get Victoria's home number, all kinds of stuff. That's on Patreon for as little as $3 a month. It's a great way to support the channel. And I think that's going to do her. I'm glad so many people showed up tonight. We'll see you next week. That's Jenny. There she goes. There's Victoria. Always this thing. And everyone knows Gino. That big salute. Thank you, Weldon. I appreciate your support. And Hecklefish will see you out.
And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear. I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full. I swam down each and every highway, and more, much more than this. I did it my way. I've loved, I've laughed and cried. I've had my fill, my share of losing. And now, as tears subside, I find it all, it's all so amusing to think I did all that. And may I say, not in a shy way, oh no, not me. I did it my way. For what is a fish? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of what kneels. Our record shows I took the blows and did it my way. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for the Wild Files house band. You guys sounded great tonight. And take care of those waitresses, will you? All right. Everybody get home safe. This is Hecklefish. And you know what? I did it my